Good evening, everybody. Thank you for the members of the members, please stand. We acknowledge our beautiful lands surrounding water, Ramajiri and Narrabri. As a community, we recognise their culture and
Almighty God, we ask you to bless this council and allow it to be an agent of change for the and prosperity.
We gratefully acknowledge the Minister of the Navy made the sacrifice for the nation of Australia. Also proclaim our gratitude to those who.
thank you. Members are reminded to declare any conflict. Thank you. Apologies and leave of absence. Her Worship, Mayor Jenkins. Item point 4.1 is adjourned item, multi-purpose boat landing facility business case. As this item was adjourned, members are reminded that you may resume to speak or again, or you would like to, for this motion to be put as lost and put an alternative motion as per the recommendation. Could I have a mover? Sorry, the debate resumes.
Through the Deputy Mayor, if I may. So the original motion that was moved by Councillor Charles, the time is seconded by Marilyn Henderson. That motion is currently live on the floor. So you may resume the debate or look to put the motion to the vote.
Does it matter who has and has not spoken at this stage?
No, so the presiding member just mentioned now that she was happy to waive those who have spoken, and you can speak again to this motion.
Yes, Councillor Littley.
I'll open the batting. I'd like to flag that I'm happy for this motion to be put to the vote. If it's lost, I'd like to flag a new motion, and that be in line with the second motion there, that council proceed with further investigations. So I'm happy to see this one tested as it was, pick it up from there, and then if it's lost, I would put a second motion.
Yes, Councillor Gillespie.
Well, I'll speak in favour of this motion, along the same lines as what Councillor Charles intended when he moved it. You know, I'm not against having this boat launching facility, but unfortunately this council is in a situation where we've got too many projects and not enough money. And it is going to be a regional facility. Other regions will benefit, I believe, just as much as we will. And I think it would be good if we could come to some sort of arrangement with our neighbouring councils and the state government to relieve some of that financial burden for the benefit of the region. So I'll support it, and hopefully something will come of it. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Robertson.
Yeah, the question, if I might first, has there been any discussions with, this is on top of page 5, have discussions taken place with the Office of the Premier or the Minister of Tourism yet?
If I may, through the Deputy Mayor, we have actually had some discussions with the Department of Tourism, SATC, and also the Premier's Department. That was originally during the construction of the causeway, because there was discussions at the time as to whether the value adds around the causeway construction may have looked at something along those lines, given that the interruption to the causeway boat ramp. But they are aware that the council has been looking at a multi-purpose boat landing facility in the Eastern Beach area. They have had copies of the business, the economic business assessment that was undertaken. Sorry, I lost my words then. But other than that, there's no direct request for their support, only that we had also flagged that we would be looking for state and federal government funding if council was to proceed.
If on a supplementary question to that, did they indicate at all as to the kind of timetable that they were looking at in terms, or if they were looking at trying to resuscitate the cruise ship industry in South Australia?
So recent discussions with SATC is that they are already looking at the cruise ship visitations into Victor Harbour, but around domestic visitation, and that's looking at some domestic cruises that are travelling around Australia. So we are anticipating possibly a visitation later in the year by a domestic cruise ship, but they would be looking to land on the beach with their tenders, not using any sort of facilities. But not specifically in regards to this boat, multi-purpose boat landing facility. They're trying to look at ways in which we can utilise visitations with our existing infrastructure. It's obviously changed a lot from when prior to COVID.
Sure. Just one thing on this, if I might speak to this. The couple of things that were not included in this business case. One is that the costs of doing nothing. In other words, to kick the can down the road, so to speak. That we have ongoing problems with traffic in Counter Bay end of the city during the Christmas period, and that traffic lasts a long time and causes a lot of grief for residents down that end of the city. And we didn't get the chance, but recently, before this report was written, but the recent coastal adaptation report indicated that that some form of groin or breakwater down in the Eastern Beach area may indeed enhance the depositing or may reduce the level of erosion of the beach there. That's it. Thank you.
Did anybody else want to speak? Yes.
Oh, thank you, Deputy Mayor Schofield. Look, it doesn't hurt to seek further information to make better decisions. But one of the things I do find when I read the business case that, the ongoing costs into rate rises of running this for 4% a year will have an impact on our rates. They say that it will make money. I don't know. In business cases are very interesting documents. They sometimes can be quite on the mark, other times they can miss the mark quite well. But I will support this motion only just to get some further information to see whether we need to go any further or not, and to see what the South Australian Government and other regional councils can put in for cost neutral for Victor Harbour, because we go bear the running costs at a later stage, not the capital cost of build. Then that may be a proposal that we can look at. But at the moment, I think we just need to keep gathering information where there's no cost to us, where if we did another study of 180,000, I don't think that will benefit anything from what I've been told from previous studies of 2012. So I will support this motion as it is.
Councillor Lidley, were you moving or doing a recommendation? Oh, okay.
No, I said I'd test this, and I wasn't the first speaker, so
No,
there's
that's
no one to
okay.
close the.
My apology. So the current motion before council is that council seek discussion with the Premier of South Australia, the Honourable Stephen Marshall, the Minister of Tourism, to discuss ways to provide a regional multi-purpose boat landing facility for the greater benefit of Adelaide and all council districts south of the city. So do I have a mover?
Hasn't that already been passed?
Oh, sorry, I put it to the vote.
Excuse me, Mayor. Isn't that motion already been passed? Aren't we talking about the motions on page 4?
No, that motion on page 4 is the one that's currently live on the floor. It has a mover and a seconder. You haven't voted on it because you adjourned the debate at the meeting back in June to enable the Boating Facilities Advisory Committee to review the business plan and then provide any commentary back to council. So that motion is still live on the floor. That needs to be put to the vote.
But the vote that's being called for now was read out. This was the one that's on the top of page 5.
It's probably because it's explaining what actually occurred. It's actually, if you look under the recommendations on page 4, it's the current motion before the council.
So I put the vote. All those in favour? Those against? That motion is carried. Thank you.
And Chair, can this the additional motion number, the recommended motion number 1, be put to the council?
Through the Mayor, Deputy Mayor, if I may, that was an alternate recommendation if that original motion was not supported.
I think the two seem to me to be, entirely separate.
They may well be, and as a member of the council,
I'd
if you
like
wish
to
to
move
move
that.
something, you can do so.
I'd like to move that motion number 1. That's marked in there as number 1.
So Councillor Kemp, Robertson, sorry, you're putting up the alternative motion that council does not proceed with further investigations at this stage and gives further consideration in the 2022-23 annual business plan and budget for multi-purpose boat landing facility at Eastern Beach. Is that correct?
Yes.
Through the Deputy Mayor, I would suggest, given that you've just moved a motion that council seek to have discussions regarding the regional boating facility with the Premier, to then not proceed with further investigations sort of contradicts each other.
Okay, I'll withdraw it.
You are withdrawing that?
Yeah.
Thank you. Item 4.2, the current motion before council is that council endorse option 3, maintain service delivery with a role clarification for the 21-22 financial year with consideration for further transitions beyond 2022. So, sorry about this, my notes. That motion is on the table. Yes, Councillor Hale.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Schofield. As I did when this matter was first before council, I'm going to declare a perceived material conflict of interest due to my involvement in a proposal before council at this time and vacate the chamber for the majority of all of this item.
Thank you. So the mover for this motion is Councillor Marilyn Henderson, seconded by myself, so we can continue with the debate. Does anyone would like to speak for or against this recommendation? Thank you, Councillor Robertson.
Yes, Deputy Mayor, I've been through this pretty thoroughly, and I believe that the way we're going in relation to this community services program here, that we are doing this without really having a really good plan in place for what's going to happen. It seems to me that the plan we have here is moving the deck chairs around rather than us having a serious strategic plan for what we're doing in relation to the review of community services. I'm all on for the business that we need to recruit the community services manager. I'm all on that we start taking on board collective impact as the approach that we use for the whole of the program. But what we've got in the recommendations from Highwire is that we haven't got a strategic plan in place. But still, this is a third iteration from Highwire of what is going on here and of what they're proposing. And they've said to us clearly, we need a strategic plan. I would have thought that would have been what Highwire would have produced out of their report, but it's not. They have some recommendations, but they don't have the basis for a strategic plan. The other problems that I see in this this community services review here is that we haven't built any serious linkages to the schools. It's not mentioned at all here. We haven't also built any explicit intent to do collaboration with other institutions around the city here, or since this is a regional community services function, that what we're doing outside of Victor Harbour as well. There's not much in here in relation to what is needed for providing the staff that are going to be recruited in collective impact. There's no training budget for doing that. And I think that as part of this, the Regional Community Services Committee also needs to be given some serious attention in terms of its terms of reference. So I have a whole lot of issues here, but I don't think that we're ready to dive in and say that that we should go ahead with option 3, because I don't think that we're really, this report has really examined the extent of the issues on this.
If I may, through the Deputy Mayor, just respond to a couple of those questions that you had. Option 3 enables the council to actually address the anomaly of not having a strategic plan for your community services area. The actual requirement of the Haywire review was a review of our services. It wasn't to actually develop a strategy, it was to undertake a review of our existing services. The identification of undertaking or utilising collective impact, I think was highlighted at the workshop we had the other week. We actually have a number of staff who are already trained in the elements of collective impact, and it's utilising those skills to work with other organisations to actually identify areas where we can broaden our services, partnerships with other organisations, whether existing or attraction of other not-for-profit organisations in those areas of services. So the whole idea of adopting options is actually through a number of areas where we need to do work in those specific areas based on the recommendations from Haywire. One of the areas in particular was where we can look to work more closely with our schools in the youth area, and that is through the way of collective impact. That's specifically articulated. You look at option, if this option is adopted, then the next motion would be, as outlined, a change to possibly our youth services so that we can concentrate on the areas of collective impact and doing more partnership with the organisations like our schools. That was the whole notion of actually working through option 3, because it enables the council to be committed to existing funding agreements we have with the federal government, but transitioning through that process with the development of a strategy.
If I'm through the chair, if I might, CEO, since Highwire has given us their first report, which I think it was last year, wasn't it?
No, they actually commenced the review only earlier this year and
Okay.
completed it within the 3 months time frame.
Yeah, was that at that time they said, you know, this was a serious problem in terms of moving forward and making recommendations. But then was that we didn't have a strategic plan in place. But since then, I stand to be corrected, but I don't think there's been any attempt made to have a strategic plan in that area.
Okay, it's not a strategic plan. The council has a strategic plan, and obviously one of the core pillars of that is around our community wellbeing. This is around having a strategy, like we have an environmental management strategy. We have other strategies specific to areas. It's about developing a strategy with the delivery of our wellbeing services. And that would be about adoption of option 3, which would address a number of the recommendations identified in the report.
Mm. Okay.
Councillor Henderson and then Councillor Glasbrook.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The CEO has actually addressed quite a few things that I was going to say. I just want to emphasise that we have had a thorough review of the community services, and as a result of that...
Excuse me, Councillor Henderson, I have just realised if you speak now, you closed the debate.
Oh, okay. If anyone else wants to speak, I'll let them know.
Councillor Glasbrook.
Yes, thank you, and thank you to the CEO, because you have clarified a few things that I was going to ask as well. But I will take this opportunity to just mention a few thoughts that I've had in relation to this, a little along the lines of Councillor Robertson. I believe that although this review was good and it said, you know, the things that we're doing and sort of gave us a few indications of where we should be heading, I really personally was hoping to get a little bit more information in relation to this council has got a limited budget, and we've got a small capacity to provide for these community services, and there is huge needs out there. We cannot meet all of the requirements. It's impossible for this council to do that, I believe. So I was hoping that we would identify some particular areas where we were doing relatively well or providing good services for the money that we were putting into it, and some of the services where we really were falling short, you know, we might have to just say to the community, sorry, we can't do everything. And I don't think we received any of that information. And it's not about money. I'm not trying to suggest that it's about money, but it's about providing our community with the best possible outcomes for the limited amount of money that we have. And I'm not sure that we've been doing that. And I'm hoping that that's what this review would, or this process will enable us to do. So I hope that will. I don't know if I've explained myself very well, but.
No, you have, through the Deputy Mayor. So the report did highlight some areas where we probably shouldn't. We already are funding, we receive, obviously, majority of the services we deliver, we receive funding for, to deliver on behalf of either state or federal government. There are some areas, and obviously we top those up, resourcing in terms of some of the staffing, but majority of the services we deliver are because we don't have sufficient services either at a state or a federal level here locally. It was identified there are some services we probably are not best placed to deliver based on our resourcing, and that would enable us to broaden our staffing areas in other areas. But again, I think it's a transitional thing. Now we clearly understand, you've never actually done a review of your community services. Now you clearly understand all the requirements and the needs in our community and also the expectations of our community. And I think this review now gives us an opportunity to start really assessing those areas where we could be doing more and areas where we should be advocating to state or federal government where they should have their own services here in our community, or not-for-profits in our community that would deliver those services. So I tend to agree. It wasn't just sort of it gave us all the answers, probably just highlighted some areas where we need to do more work in.
Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just to go on from the CEO's comments there, I do agree with the other members about what expectations we wanted out of this review. But in a question, I suppose, that we are developing a strategic plan after the review now to look at what services we'll provide in what timeframes and where the governments are involved or not involved. If we're doing that, what's your envisage of what timelines do you think we could have something to look at in the future, whether it's 12 months away or 18 months away, to have this plan finished so we can look at what we are going to deliver, because we can't be all things to everything, to everybody. So I'm just wondering if we're going to go down that pathway, are we looking at a plan? Are we looking at what we're going to keep, what we're going to get rid of, what we can afford, what's best suited, those types of things?
Going through the Mayor. I'm actually looking over your shoulder, Councillor Kemp, because I'm looking at Leanne to come and also assist with some of this response. So I wasn't looking beyond you. So again, we have some commitments already to state and federal funding that we need to obviously deliver on. We don't have to, but I mean, we've obviously made the commitment. But I might just get Leanne to explore in terms of that strategy in regards to some of those timeframes.
So we currently have contracts that run until the end of June 2023 that we're expected to continue those contracts until that time. And so that includes the Southern Communities Transport Scheme, the Aged Care and the Families team. The youth youth development program is funded by council, and the sector support is funded till the end of 2022. So, but I completely agree with the consultants' take that we do need to look at a strategic plan as how we can, as a community services team, fit not just with the community but within council's other services. So I guess that had not been done before. We're a collection of funded programs basically, and so the idea to have it put into one area I think makes a lot of sense. And in terms of the training, etc., for collective impact, 3 or 4 of our current staff are currently trained in that anyway. So, and we have been running that particular collective impact through our families programs, as a couple of the councillors here today have seen some of the results of that. So hopefully that answered the question.
I guess it was just a time frame for development of the strategy, which Councillor Kemp was specifically looking for. Obviously, if this motion is endorsed, then obviously the appointment of the manager would be the first item to address. And then over the next financial year, we would look at obviously developing that strategy with elected members and community.
Just a further question, please, CEO. Would that be done with the manager with consultation with a consultant to support and help to write strategies? Because I mean, writing a strategic plan is quite a good document to be done. So I'm just wondering if you're going to provide support through some type of consultation or consult with someone to help develop that.
Highly likely, but again, it would depend on the successful person that gets that role, on their skills. So it is usually the case, depending, but I know we've also got some great skills within the organisation in terms of strategy development as well.
Are there any further questions, or anyone else would like to speak for or against the motion? Councillor Henderson, would you like to close the debate?
Yes, thank you. Just briefly, yes, we've had a thorough review, and the motion sitting in front of us comes as a result of that review. And I was just going to add, when I was speaking before, and Leanne has mentioned this, in some areas, the families area, there's already a collective impact approach, and that is with links to various other community groups. There was a very good forum presented here in the chamber about 18 months ago from that collective impact approach, all of the people involved. And if we have the opportunity of another such forum, I would encourage all of the elected members to come along, and that will really inform you very well about the community services and their approach and what they're achieving. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. So I put that motion to the vote. All those in favour? That motion is carried. Thank you. That was 6-4. Oh, sorry. I need to ask those against. Apologise for that one. Yes, and it was carried. Thank you. So we have another motion that council endorse a 0.5 full-time equivalent position with a collective impact approach for youth development and funding support for other youth centre projects. Or that council endorse a 0.8 full-time equivalent position with the program improvements for the youth development. Yes, councillor Kemp.
I'll move the first option, that council endorses the 0.5 full-time equivalent.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, councillor Robertson. All those in favour? It's 5. Right. Does anyone wish to speak to that motion? Yes, councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Look, I move this motion because I do support at this stage, while we're doing a strategic plan in the development of customer services, to get the process starting and to develop the collective impact approach to youth development. So I think this will be an embryo beginning, and I think we just need to do it slowly and work forwards, and we can always increase that position later on once things starts to roll out and once we understand what we're delivering and what we're doing. Thank you.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Robertson. Does anyone else want to speak? If nobody else wants to speak to that motion, all those in favour? Those against? Motion is carried. Five point 1, minutes of the previous meeting. Oh, sorry, poor old Nick. Thank you. 5.1, minutes of the previous meeting held on the 26th of July 2021. The recommendation is that the minutes of the ordinary meeting of council held 26th of July 2021 be confirmed as a true and accurate. Thank you, Councillor Hales, and thank you, Councillor Henderson. All those in favour? Any discussion? Yes, Councillor Robertson. Thank you. All those in favour? Thank you. That motion is carried. 5.2, minutes of special council meeting held on the 12th of July 2021. The recommendation is that the minutes of the special council meeting of council held on the 12th of July 2021, which reconvened on Monday the 2nd of August 2021, be confirmed as true and accurate. Councillor Kemp,
Yeah, I moved.
you're moving it. And Councillor Littley, you're seconding that motion. Does anybody want to speak? No? All those in favour? That motion is carried. Thank you. Five, 5.3, minutes of the special meeting of council on the 2nd of August 2021. The recommendation is that the minutes of the previous special meeting of council held on the 2nd of August 2021 be confirmed as true and accurate. Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Hales. Would anyone like to speak to that recommendation? If not, all those in favour? Thank you, that motion is carried. We have two deputations. Stephen Oliver, would you like to step forward? Thank you.
Evening all.
Welcome, Stephen. You have 10 minutes, which includes your question time. Thank you.
Here we go. Don't really have any questions, but I just thought I'd come here because I've been told to talk to people, send emails to people, and it'd be a good thing to come to the meeting and voice my concerns. So that's why I'm here tonight. I don't know if you've read the email there and that I've put there, but since I last spoke to someone, I've nearly had 2 more head-ons on that crest of that road. So I think it's, I'd like to see if the council would put it on next year's budget to look at that road. It's pretty dangerous. And yeah, just a bit concerned about the road. Someone's going to have an accident.
Councillor Littley.
Stephen, thanks for your letter and pointing that out. I'm very well aware of Parsons Road and use that regularly as a through to Mount Alma and across into Adelaide, as I know a lot of people do. And I'm very aware of that crest, and I do agree with you that it's an odd bit of road. Parsons Road, from my experience, is not a very high traffic road, not comparable to some of the other roads through that area that have a lot of traffic through there, including where I live. I had some questions about how you saw that a spray sealing of a dirt road. I'll just couch this with the fact that I do see that crest and that dog leg through there as somewhat of an issue. And I understand, I take it that might be right where your driveway is, somewhere close to there. Is that?
Yeah, it's about 30 metres from there.
But I just wanted to see if you could explain to us how you thought that spray sealing that road would decrease the speed.
It doesn't decrease the speed. I know it doesn't matter if it's dirt or tar, they're going to speed anyway. You put those signs up, which is better than doing nothing, but no one abides by them anyway. But they got no control of their vehicles when they're coming over that crest. They're coming at me sideways and everything else. At least if it's a hard sealed road or some better type of road, they got better control of their vehicles. That was like you've done down near the letterbox area. You did that a few years ago, which was fantastic, mate.
So I actually think it was a highways department. I think it might have been the highways department leading off onto Emmond Valley Road. I'm fairly sure that it was, and not a council thing. So, so
well, I'd have to thank them then, but yeah, it's made it a lot safer.
Just my main thing is that your main safety concern is that crest and management of that crest. If there's some mitigation, speed mitigation through that area, would that satisfy your concerns? Yes. Of course, drivers have to abide by the rules, and some of the other complaints in here might be best referred to police if there's dangerous driving activity through there with people being hit by stones and the like. So but that, Crest, is your main issue.
Yes, that's right, yeah. But if you're trying to walk that road, it's dangerous as well. But I was told you can't actually put speed limits on those roads. But even if you do, they're not going to bite. It's like you say, it's not the locals that are doing it, it's people just out the blue that I tend to see doing that. So, but either way, it's just a matter of not if, but when something's going to happen there. But like I said, at least I brought it to the council's attention and I've ticked all the boxes before. So I see you grade it, you water it, but those options I put are long lasting, and in the end they last a lot longer, and wasting money on grading and watering. Even the road at the moment, if you travel it every day, pretty shocking at this stage. More of a bog wash road than is anything else.
It's a lot better condition than 90% of the roads through that area. It's been graded and it's in spectacular condition at the moment, really.
Yeah, I know, but I don't know what they're like. They live on the crest, I'm not really sure, but I'm just concerned about that one, mate, at this stage, because I've come close and I'm not the only one that's come close. So, yeah.
Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. More question to our Director, Kathy Hayter. On our asset management plan, is Parsons Road under our unsealed roads program, is that sort of cited for any time in the future of being sealed?
Thank you, through the Deputy Mayor. No, it's not, Councillor Kemp. Currently not on our long-term financial plan.
So it's not within the 10 years? Yeah,
No.
okay, so we need to be maybe looking at some mitigation strategies to limit that area of where it's high dangerous.
Are there any further questions?
No, that's it for me, thank you.
Can I just ask one question? How many trees would need to be taken out through that area to get that dogleg out?
I'm not really sure. I'm not really a road construction type guy, but
There's a few significant.
there is a few there that need to make it wider and
goes around.
yeah, exactly. As you know, if someone's coming out to get 90 k's, there's not much room for.
If there's no more questions, thank you very much for coming along tonight, Mr. Stevens, and I'm sure the elected members will take your concerns into consideration. Thank you.
No worries. Thanks for your time.
Okay, the Encounter Bay Bowling Club, would you like to come forward, please? Okay. Yeah. I'll just foreshadow that after this presentation, we will move on to 12.1 as that item relates to the deputation. Are members happy to do that? Yeah, okay.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to come along and address you this evening. My name is Heather Cochran. I'm president of the Encounter Bay Bowling Club and have been for almost 5 years. With me tonight is project manager Gary Ilks, and also in the gallery is our treasurer Greg Davis. The Encounter Bay Bowling Club, located at 51 Armstrong Road. We have a membership. We ended with a membership at the end of the financial year of 362, which makes us the largest bowling club, regional bowling club in South Australia. Before I get on, you have been handed, I believe, our application for assistance. But I'd like to just, before I hand you over to the project manager, I would like to give you a bit of background on our club and where we've reached this point. Our club mission is to provide club members with a quality clubhouse and bowling facilities, a friendly environment, and the opportunity to enjoy the sport of bowls. everything was going along nicely, as with most people, until the 17th of March last year, when I received a phone call from Bowls Australia saying, shut shop, close up, for the obvious reason that's affected our lives. Everybody is in the same boat there. About 7 years ago, we decided we set up a 3-stage project. First one to revamp, refurbish our club rooms, the main hall area, which has been completed. The second phase was the kitchen, and the third phase, in about 3 years' time, will be the new greens outside. We had plans to move forward with the kitchen project when COVID struck. We thought about it, but we decided to move ahead. And the reason we decided to move ahead, because we had a lovely offer from the council, from you people, from our council, to delay our payment of our loans for 12 months. And that gave us an opportunity to save more money. We have since paid those loans, I must admit. The payments have been made and completed. But it gave us a chance to make a decision whether we would move forward with our projects or not. We did. We applied for a $50,000 grant to assist us with this $120,000 kitchen project, but we weren't successful. But in the meantime, we went ahead. We have, and to date, we were on project, was on, I would say, on budget, until we had a council inspection, which resulted in some further work to be done. And that's what you've got in front of you now, was an extra expense that we had not budgeted for. During the time of COVID, we realised that we weren't just a bowling club. We offered an opportunity to the community to use our club rooms, and we offered it because of the size and being able to accommodate 144 people. We offered it to many of the services clubs. We also, and the radio stations, all had their AGMs at our premises. And we also realised that we could offer, as the community with the morale at COVID, etc., we opened our doors to people to come along and offered $1 membership so people could come along. Not only did it help the morale of the community, but it did assist us financially. So we continued to raise money on the off chance we didn't get that 50,000 grant, which we didn't get. So we are self-funded in that project. So at this stage, we're here tonight, and I'll hand over to Gary Ilks, our project manager, to explain and take any questions about the additional costs that we've incurred.
Yeah, good afternoon, councillors. I don't have anything specific to say other than what's summarised in the report that we've put before you. This unforeseen cost of around $7,500 was probably our fault in a way. This project with volunteer members and our own expertise, which was somewhat limited. The error occurred of not putting in a correct lintel in this building space. I think it was probably because of inexperience on the person's behalf who was undertaking it. I had gone on leave for a couple of weeks, left specific instructions and the development approval that we'd been granted by council. And when I returned, the incorrect supports had been holding up the beam and the structure. It was at that stage that I called in council building inspectors to have a look at the project, and they, as well as myself, agreed that we needed to go and engineer the site, hence our request for some assistance to help cover these costs that we had unforeseen. I guess we're a bit at the mercy of council, but I guess if we don't ask, we can't expect to get. So I'm open to any questions if some of that information needs further explanation.
Any questions? Thank you, Councillor Tim.
Thank you for your presentation. Just looking at your photographs here, is the lintel already in place, the new one, or something?
In that photograph, the lintel has been installed.
The new one?
Yeah,
So you just, yeah.
4.5 metre long steel lintel according to the specs.
So you're sort of seeking reimbursement to help pay for it?
That's correct.
Thank you. Yep.
Any further questions? Thank you, Councillor Roberts.
No, I don't have a question, but well done, Encounter Bay Bowling Club. To do what you did during the COVID period. Keep going. Invent new ways of getting new membership in, and succeeded in that. Yeah, and keep marching on with the improvement to your facilities. Congratulate you for it.
It's not an easy task. COVID has made it difficult, but I think because of the facility we have there, largely provided by council, it's helped a lot. We've got good parking facilities, and the surrounding facilities all add up to a good project. Nothing further, Madam.
Thank you. If there's no further questions, I'd like to thank again both of you for coming in tonight. It's greatly appreciated.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Now, with the elected members' approval, we will now move to 12.1. It is the Encounter Bay Bowling Club financial assistance request. Councillor members happy with that? Thank you. So 12.1, Encounter Bay Bowling Club financial assist request. The recommendation is that council receive and note the Encounter Bay Club financial assist request report. Thank you, Councillor Hales and Councillor Littley. Does anyone want to speak to that motion or that report? If not, I put it to the floor. All those in favour? Thank you. That motion is carried. Recommendation 2, that council increase the 2021-22 budget line of 58982 by 7,600 for the installation of a lintel over the kitchen servery at the Encounter Bay Bowling Club. Move Councillor Littley and seconded Councillor Mann. Would either of you like to speak? Thank you, Councillor Littley.
Yeah, I'd just like to say well done to the Encounter Bay Bowling Club there for actually taking that project on, and whoever was working and made mistakes, then mistakes get made. I think that it's a fantastic thing that you are able to pick that up and continue on and do that work through that COVID period. A lot of clubs have found a way to improve their clubs while they were not operational, and it is in many cases having to scratch around for the funds to get that completed. So it's not just a small undertaking, it can end up being quite a big undertaking to do that. So well done. So fully in support of reimbursement for the work that you've done. You've already committed to it, so well done.
Councillor Mann, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, just want to further to that say, I guess, excellent job to the Encounter Bay Bowling Club with the project that they've done. I note in the correspondence that we have here that you won the worst kitchen competition with your old kitchen, so great job in upgrading that. I think it's good that a club of your size, and I guess the biggest in regional SA, doesn't have the worst kitchen, so props to you guys for that, and I'm fine with supporting this cost considering how much the club's gone to create that project. Thanks.
Okay, are there any further sorry, Councillor Robertson, I think I might have to put my chair up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just want to add to what the other councillors have already said. I think this club's done an amazing job doing the refurbishments they've done so far, up to $120,000. Often unforeseen items come along, such as this one here, and it's a very small amount. And obviously the premises and the club is not just a sports club. It obviously has a community focus for other members of our community as well. And that's what we support as a council. And so I have no problem at all supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor Robertson.
Yes, Deputy Mayor. My question about this is that this is a reimbursement. I'm wondering about the precedent of doing this, not about the providing of the funds. My suggestion on this would be that this amount be provided in terms of a loan. The club is really strong. It's able to demonstrate an ability to repay loans, and that why wouldn't they be acceptable to have it as a loan rather than as a grant?
Through the Mayor, obviously when council does run programs for grants, it's not for retrospective payments. Most of the time it's for a project that hasn't been undertaken as yet. However, this is a specific request that came to council from the club, given the difficulties that they addressed with this project. Again, the administration have made the recommendation to support the club's request, but there's nothing stopping the council obviously make an alternate motion or an amendment. But I would say an amendment would be a complete opposite to what is currently on the floor. And the club didn't seek a loan, they sought financial support, hence the report that was presented to council.
Yes, Councillor Glasbrook.
Yeah, well then I would seek an amendment to that,
Sorry, just to clarify, an amendment to this would be if you were to putting a loan, it would be an opposite. I would foreshadow another motion if this wasn't supported.
Oh, okay. All right.
Councillor Glasbrook.
Thank you. Yeah, look, I support this. It is a small amount of money. I know that we don't have that money, but Kelly's going to find some savings somewhere, I'm quite sure. But no, this represents, as I've said so many times, represents good value when our community does so much and we have to contribute such a small amount. Can I just ask a question in relation to procedure? I thought our donations policy even was that we don't donate any money for retrospective work. Is that correct? Not that I want to draw an issue to it, but I just want to clarify that.
Through the Deputy Mayor, that's correct in terms of the policy position around retrospective, but that doesn't mean that council can't make a decision outside of that within the chamber for whatever reason it deems it wishes to in consideration of the request that's made. So if it was a staff member utilising their delegation up to the certain amount, we would need to stop at that point and bring it to council, but you have the ability to make that decision.
Oh, thank you for that. No, I mean, I will still support this, but we probably need to be consistent with these things. So it makes it a little bit difficult, but what do you do?
Councillor Henderson.
I have a question for the CEO and Kelly. I believe recently we had a similar request for payment for work that had already been done from CWA. Sounds very similar to me, and we did pass that motion. So we already have set a precedent for that.
That's correct, you did.
Councillor Hales.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Schofield. Like my fellow elected members, I can't see any issue in supporting this motion, simply due to the fact that this is an outstanding club and they've done excellent work over the time, but also through COVID, what you guys have outlined you've been doing is fantastic. I also love that you've gone out of your way to be compliant. You've realised that the misstep's been made, but you've gone out of your way to make sure that you've come back and complied with the development approval that you've been given. It's good stewardship of community assets, and we should be encouraging and supporting our community clubs to be doing that. So I'll absolutely be voting for this.
Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I suppose I'm looking at a way of, I do support this as to the best way of paying for it. I'm just wondering, because this is a construction cost, and does the building is owned by the Encounter Bay Bowls Club, or is the council-owned building?
If I can, through the Deputy Mayor, it's a council-owned building that is leased.
So then why wouldn't we pay for this out of capital? Because it's a construction cost to the building.
Through the Deputy Mayor, so it does become an issue for us in terms of providing donations or amounts to clubs to undertake works that council wouldn't have otherwise undertaken. So it is an operating cost from an accounting point of view. If council decided to go in and make structural repairs and procured the services and undertook the works themselves on something major within a facility or similar facility, we would then be able to classify it as capital. Because it's works that have been undertaken by the club themselves and they're seeking a reimbursement or a co-contribution donation to their facility, it becomes an operating cost from our point of view. It's also underneath our capitalisation threshold for building infrastructure. So we basically don't capitalise anything that is below $10,000. So there's a couple of reasons there why it's operating.
I do have another question, but I'm just wondering how I'm going to phrase it. Okay, look, I'll just leave it at that at the moment. I'll follow up later with some questions through emails. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Little, did you want to close that debate?
Oh no, I think I appreciate where Councillor Robertson and Councillor Glasbrook are coming from with regards to setting a precedent, but I think hearing from our collective elected members, there's a clear line of sight as to the commitment and the value of the work that this community sporting club has done, and I think it's well justified that if there was a precedent set to override that anyway. So hopefully it gets that support.
Thank you. I now put the motion to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? The motion is carried. Thank you. We have no questions from the gallery and there are no petitions. Item 9.1, Office of the Chief Executive Officer, and the recommendation is that the council receive and note the outstanding resolutions August 2021 report. Thank you, Councillor Hales. And Councillor Mann, Councillor Hales, would you? No? Did you want to speak to that motion, Councillor Mann? No? Are there any questions? Thank you, Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, page 34, bottom item, Mckinley Street car park. Here the the planning for the partial site development. What progress have we got for that? It says here planning continues for partial site development in the southern portion of Mckinley Street. Do we have any progress on that?
In regards to the last resolution of council, obviously we've still been engaging with the Anchorage developer. We have continued to review our designs for the southern portion of that site, but waiting to hear back from the Anchorage developer.
And a second question on that one, the the follow-up action for that. The Alinea, I think that's the right pronunciation. Alinea Group were advised of council's resolutions on the 5th of August. Are there any further costings that the council is incurring for the services of Alinea or?
No, they'd completed the expression of interest process.
Yep.
So that process is complete, and we've advised that council doesn't wish to continue at this time.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Points of clarification?
No.
If there aren't, I'll put that motion to the floor. First of all, I should ask Councillor Hales, you don't want to respond? Thank you. I put that motion to the floor. All those in favour? That motion is carried. Thank you. Item 9.2, Audit Committee Terms of Reference. Recommendation 1 is that Council receive and note the Audit Committee Terms of Reference report. Thank you, Councillor Hales. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Glasbrook. Would either of you like to speak to that motion? No? Would anybody else like to speak to that motion? If not, I put the motion to the floor. All those in favour? That motion is carried. Thank you. And recommendation 2, that Council adopt the Audit Committee's Terms of Reference as provided at the attachment. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Henderson. And a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Glasbrook. Would either of you like to speak to that? Councillor Henderson?
Just a comment on page 39, I believe there's a typographical error. Second to last line, item 3.10.3, the 5th word. I think that should be "are" rather than "after." Thank you.
Thank you. Any other further comments or points of clarification? If there isn't any, I will put the motion to the floor. All those in favour? That motion is carried. Thank you. Item 9.3, Section 41 Committees, Advisory and Working Groups, Community Representatives, Term Extension. There are, okay, right. So the first recommendation, that Council receive and note the Section 41 Committees, Advisories and Working Groups, Community Representatives, Term Extension Report. Thank you, Councillor Mann. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Hales. Either of you like to speak to that? Anybody like to speak to that? Yes, Councillor Robertson. Recommendation 1. Thank you. Does anyone want to speak to it? Councillor Glasbrook.
I'll just thank these people for putting their hands up and volunteering their time. It's great to see. We're lucky to have so many volunteers.
Any further comments? If there's no further comments, I'll put the motion to the floor. All those in favour? That motion is carried. We now have another 9. Okay. Okay. So, okay. So the first one is the Disability Access and Inclusion Advisory Committee, taking it to the 30th of November 2022. Thank you, Councillor Mann. Councillor Henderson. Anybody want to speak to that? Yes, councillor Robertson. I will do each one separately. Councillor Henderson.
I just want to say, because I chair this committee, I just want to say what a valuable group of community members these people are. Their input is just worth its weight in gold.
Thank you. Any further comments? I'll put that motion to the floor. Thank you, councillor Ann and councillor Hales. I put the vote, sorry. All those in favour? Thank you, that motion's carried. 3, that council endorse the extension of the following members of the Southern Communities Transport Scheme Advisory Group to the 30th of November 2020. Thank you, councillor Hales and councillor Henderson. Would either of you like to speak? Yes, councillor Henderson.
Again, I'd like to say what valuable community members these people are. Their input is really, really excellent.
Thank you. Any further comments? There's no further comments. I'll put the motion to the floor. All those in favour? That motion is carried. 4, that the council endorse the extension of the following members of the Ag Business Working Group to the 30th of November 2022. Do I have a mover? Thank you, councillor Mann. Seconded by councillor Glasbrook. Would either of you like to speak? Anybody like to speak to the motion? I put the motion to the floor. All those in favour? That motion's carried. Thank you. 5, the council appoint Beryl Price as the chairperson to the Agro Business Working Group until 30th of November 2022. Thank you, councillor Hales and councillor Littley. Would either of you like to speak to that? Would anybody like to speak to the motion? I put the motion to the floor. All those in favour? That motion is carried. Thank you. 6, council endorse the extension of the following members of the Voting Facilities Working Group to the 30th of November 2022. Do I have a, thank you, councillor Mann and councillor Littley. Would either of you like to speak to the motion? Would anybody like to speak to the motion? I put the motion to the floor. All those in favour? That motion is carried. Thank you. 7, the council endorse the extension of the following members of the Heritage Advisory Group to the 30th of November 2022. Thank you, councillor Mann. Do I have it? Thank you, councillor Glasbrook. Would either of you like to speak to the motion? I put the motion to the floor. Oh, sorry. Councillor Robertson, did you want to ask? Speak? Thank you. I put the motion to the floor. Thank you. All those in favour? That recommendation is carried. Okay. Right. 8, the council call for expressions of interest in order to fill the vacancy in community representative position on the Heritage Advisory Group. Thank you, councillor Littley and councillor Hales. Would either of you like to speak to that? No? Anybody like to speak to the motion? Yes, councillor Robertson.
Yes, Deputy Mayor, I'd like to amend this motion because it's not actually correct. There actually are for the Heritage Advisory Committee. There are actually 2 community representative positions vacant, and also 1 Aboriginal community representative. And I think we should specifically be going out and making an effort to get the Aboriginal representatives. It may be a tough task, but I think it's worth trying hard to do that. And so there are not one to fill the vacancy. There are actually 2 community vacancies and 1 Aboriginal vacancy, and I think it would be better for that committee if the full complement of community representatives were there.
Through the Deputy Mayor, if I can suggest then just to reword that motion to fill the vacancies for community representative positions on the Heritage Advisory Committee, and that way they would be covered in that advertisement if the mover and seconder were happy with that variation.
Okay.
Yes, if through the Deputy Mayor, if I think it's worth mentioning that that we have an expectation that we'll be able to have an Aboriginal representative on that committee. If we just say, oh, okay, so there's three community positions. There are not actually 3 community positions. There's 2 community positions and an Aboriginal representative. And I think it's worth us making the effort, for what it's worth, making the effort to point out that we are looking for an Aboriginal representative as well.
Thank you. Any further comment? Yes, Councillor Lidley.
Given it's a variation, just wanted to see what's going to come up there as the suggested variation, because I'm happy to fill the vacancies as the wording for this, and I quite support Councillor Robertson's motivation for this and where that sits, but I want to see how it's written.
It is up there on the screen.
That's
yeah.
finalised now.
Correct. It was just vacancies for.
Yeah.
So
I'm happy with that. But certainly, I do support where you're coming from, Councillor Robinson, in the need to promote that position, but I think as vacancies will suffice. Motion.
Any further discussion? If there's no further discussion, I'll put that recommendation to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That motion is carried. Thank you. The council call for expressions of interest in order to fill the vacancy in community representation on the Heritage Advisory. I've just done that one. Number 9, that the council endorse the extension of the following members of the Arts and Culture Advisory Group to the 30th of November 2022. Do I have... Thank you, Councillor Henderson and Councillor Mann. Do either of you want to speak? Any members wish to speak to that motion? Yes, Councillor Robertson.
Yes, Deputy Mayor, it's the same thing again, that there are indeed 4 community representative positions that should be filled. But there are actually only 3 community representatives, and there's one representative, Aboriginal representative post in there. We can do the same as we did for the previous one.
I believe that you're referring to item 10, Councillor Robertson.
Yes.
This is endorsing, this is number 9, so we aren't ready at number 10. We're currently doing number 9.
Okay.
I think you're speaking to number 10.
Any further comments? Mental blank. I put the vote to the floor. All those in favour? That motion is carried. Thank you. Now, item 10, that the council call for expressions of interest in order to fill the 4 community member representatives positions on the Arts and Culture Advisory Group.
Can I move just a slight alternate motion that says, instead of naming the vacancies on the community member representative positions on the Arts and Culture Advisory Group, rather than saying the 4 community member vacancies, just say the vacancies.
Yep.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Yes, Councillor Kemp, and then Councillor Robertson.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Just more of a question, actually. I mean, normally you get one or two people leaving an advisory group at 4. I'm just wondering if, considering this is a very vital group and it's very people who have such an interest in arts and culture, I'm just curious as to, was there any reasons given why we lost 4 members so suddenly?
Through the Deputy Mayor, no, I'm not completely aware. I haven't spoken to any of those members, but I know all of them were actually appointed for a 2-year term initially, and many of them may have only committed to that 2-year term, but I've not actually had the discussion, so.
Thank you. Councillor Robertson?
Yes, Deputy Mayor, I just come back to the same issue again. I think it's not really helpful for us just to lump everyone together in terms of the positions that are going out. I mean, I just look at this from the point of view of, okay, how are we going to present this in terms of when the advertisement goes in the paper? We're just going to say 4 community positions, or
no,
are we going to say 1 Aboriginal position?
Through the Deputy Mayor, the terms of reference clearly articulate that we do seek to have an Indigenous representative on those committees, and that's the way in which we would actually seek the advertisement. So I would suggest that it's an operational matter. This is seeking Council's endorsement to actually advertise for the vacancies.
Councillor Henderson?
If I can just make a comment or a reply to Councillor Kemp's question. Yes, some of the members of this committee have decided to leave the committee at this point rather than renew. And also we've had 1 vacancy for the very reason that allows the committee to bring in an expert in a particular area of arts and culture when necessary.
Yes, Councillor Hales?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Schofield. Mine's just in relation to, as it's worded right now, the motion that Council call for expressions of interest in order to fill the vacancies community member representative positions on the Arts and Culture Advisory Group. I'd suggest you just get rid of the community member representative positions and it's fill the vacancies on the Arts and Culture Advisory Group.
Okay.
Or at least some tidying up of the word. Yeah.
Through the Deputy Mayor, I think Karina has just popped in the word 4 community member representatives positions. Again, the terms of reference articulates how they are split up.
Thank you to the mover and seconder. Are they happy with that change in that recommendation? Okay. Are there any further points of clarification? If there's not, I put that motion to the floor. All those in favour? That motion is carried. Thank you. (9.4) Local government reform, behavioural management framework and casual vacancy elections. Feedback sought. The recommendation 1, there are 3 recommendations that the council receive and note the local government reform, behavioural management framework and casual vacancy elections feedback sought report. Thank you, Councillor Hales, and seconded Councillor Kemp. Councillor Hales, would you like to speak to that? Councillor Kemp? Would anybody like to speak for or against that motion? Councillor Hales, do you want to close that? I put the motion to the floor. All those in favour? That motion is carried. Thank you. 2, the council submits feedback to the Local Government Association to support the commencement of the member behavioural framework after the 2022 local government period elections, and that council authorises the Chief Executive Officer to submit the response on behalf of council. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Robertson. And seconder was Councillor Henderson. Councillor Robertson, did you want to speak?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just to say that I think we discussed this a week or so ago, the workload associated with this reform process is really going to get in the way of some much more important work that we should be doing this year. And to the extent there's an opportunity to put it off for a year, this is sensible stuff.
Thank you. Any further comments? Councillor Robertson, did you want to close the debate?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
No, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Now I put the motion to the floor. All those in favour? That motion is carried. Thank you. Recommendation 3, the council submits feedback to the Local Government Association to support the preferred candidate method to be used in the first 12 months after a periodic election to support Section 151 of the Statutes Amendment Local Government Review Act 2021 and authorise the Chief Executive Officer to submit the response on behalf of Council. Thank you, Councillor Hales. Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Hales, did you want to speak? Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Schofield. Yeah, I'm happy to support this in terms of the preferred candidate method would see the vacancy filled in a manner that the same way that elected members are elected at the time of the general election. So therefore, I feel it's the most democratic way and the way that should be supported, even if it is a bit more complicated than the other option.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson. Anybody else would like to speak or make comment to the recommendation? If not, I put the recommendation to the floor. All those in favour? And those against? The motion is carried. Item 9.5, Councillor Peter Charles' resignation. The recommendation is that Council receive and note Councillor Peter Charles' resignation report. Do I have a mover for that, please? Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Kemp. Councillor Robertson, would you like to speak to the report? Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. It's not a good time when a councillor resigns before the end of his term or her term. I'm just really got more of a question along the lines to the CEO, and of course the Mayor's not here to ask her, but has there been any movement to do an exit interview with Councillor Charles, or ex-Councillor Charles now, to drive into what exactly his causes and reasons why he resigned? I think the community would like to hear as to why. I just wondering if there was any efforts made or sat down with a discussion with Councillor Charles.
Through the Deputy Mayor, yes, I've made 3 attempts to actually try and meet with Peter to have that exact exit interview. He's declined. He doesn't wish to meet with me at this current time, but he has done a letter to the editor of the Times in which he's explained his resignation. So that's the closest I've had so far.
Just to follow up, you don't know whether the Mayor contacted Councillor Charles as the leader of the elected members group to see?
Not that I'm aware of, but she went on leave shortly after his resignation, so I'm not aware of any formal correspondence between the Mayor and Peter.
Thank you.
Are there any further? Thank you, Councillor Gillespie.
Look, I'd just like to publicly thank Councillor Charles or Peter for his time on council. He's had a very controversial time. I have to give him credit and admire him for his strength and his passion. He certainly has very strong support out in the community. I think he's done a good job. He's certainly said some of the things that at times have had to be said. Certainly, things that I'm not sure that I would have had the courage to say, but I do, as I say, admire him for that. And I thank him for his time, and I wish him all the best in the future.
Any further comments? Yes.
Through the Deputy Mayor, just obviously to further your questions, Councillor Kemp, I did do an interview with the advertiser because they have picked up on this report being in the agenda tonight, and I expressed similar comments to Councillor Glasbrook in that he was a very passionate elected member and unfortunately had some turbulent times over the last 5 years, but there will be an advertiser article in the paper tomorrow.
If there's no further comments, I'll put that recommendation to the floor. All those in favour? That recommendation is carried. Thank you. 9.6, council member appointments to external positions, committees, boards and groups due to current vacancy. So the recommendation, there's 9 recommendation, and we will do each of those separately. So the first recommendation is that council receive and note the council member appointments to external positions, committees, boards and groups due to the current vacancy report. Thank you, Councillor Hales and Councillor Littley. Councillor Hales, would you like to speak to that? Councillor Littley? No? Would anybody like to speak to the motion? If not, I put the motion to the floor. All those in favour? That motion is carried. Thank you. So accordance with the nomination and appointment to internal external positions on 27 and 28 of the Code of Practice for Meeting Procedures, with the consent of 2/3 of the members, the Mayor will call for a suspension in meeting procedures in order to seek nominees for the council member proxy representation positions on Fleurieu Regional Aquatic Centre. If more than one member nominates for the position, then recommendation 2 shall follow, but is otherwise not required. Okay. So the first one is number 3, the council appoints. We would like somebody to nominate for the proxy position of the Fleurieu Regional Aquatic Centre and Authority, commencing on the 24th of August 2021 and concluding at the end of their term on November 2022. Do I have a nominee, please? Nobody would like to fill that position? We don't have to have a proxy.
I'd just like to say, come along and join a fantastic team. Professional out there, we're going to break ice. We're going to do lots of things. Join us.
Yes, Councillor Hales.
A question, Deputy Mayor, for Councillor Kemp. What time exactly are the Frackers meetings?
Generally speaking, we meet every 3 months, but due to some of the major projects we're looking at, we may bring them forward, but normally on a Friday from 9:30 to about 12 o'clock, either at the Victor Harbour Chambers or at the Alexandrina meeting rooms.
If there are no nominations, we clear the position vacant.
Through the Deputy Mayor, yes, you can declare it vacant. Obviously, Councillor Kemp is the actual sitting board member. The proxy is there in case Councillor Kemp is unable to attend. The council can fill the proxy at any time, but it doesn't have to.
Okay, so we just move on to the next one. Okay, number 5 is we're looking for a member for the position on the Heritage Advisory Group, commencing on the 24th of August 2021 and concluding 20. Nobody? Yes, councillor Kemp.
I'll nominate to be the rep on the advisory board, Heritage Advisory Board group.
Okay. Anybody else like to nominate? No? Right. Could we have a mover? Thank you, councillor Hales, and a seconder, councillor Glasbrook. Neither of you want to speak? All those in favour that councillor Kemp is elected? Thank you. That motion is carried. Number 6, that council appoints the chief executive officer as the retained. No, sorry. Down to 7. Council appoints, and so we need somebody on the Friends of the Victor Harbour Dog Park, commencing on the 24th of August 2021 and of their term in November 2022. Do I have a nomination for that position, please? There is no nominations. Then that appointment stays vacant. We go down to 9. The council appoints somebody on the position of the Victor Harbour Coast Care, commencing on the 24th of August 2021 and concluding at the end of their term in November 2022. Can we have some information on the dates and times of those meetings? Please.
Coast Care meet on
a Wednesday.
If my memory serves me correctly.
Yeah, through the Deputy Mayor, I'm unsure. I believe it is on a Wednesday, and also they do a number of different activities and programs, because Peter was quite vigilant in getting out those reminders. But it is a council representative. Again, we went through this same process just recently with a vacancy. Okay, we can, if there's no nominees, then we can advise them accordingly.
Yes, councillor Hales.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question around that one. Does a member of staff still attend these meetings? Because I know Brian Doman used to.
Through the chair, yes, a couple of people attend in rotation.
Okay. No nominees? Then we declare that position vacant. Item 9.7, asset management plans and long-term financial plan. 2 recommendations. The first one, that council receives and notes the asset management plans and long-term financial report. Do I have a thank you, councillor Henderson, a seconder? Thank you, councillor Robertson. Councillor Henderson, would you wish to speak to that? Councillor Robertson? Does anyone want to speak for or against that? If not, I put that motion to the floor. All those in favour? The motion is carried. Thank you. Recommendation 2, that council proceeds to public consultation on the asset management plan and long-term financial plan as provided under the separate cover in line with the community engagement plan provided at attachment A, commencing on the 26th of August and concluding on the 16th of September 2021. Thank you, councillor Hales and councillor Mann. Do either of you wish to speak to that? Does anyone want to speak to? Sorry, councillor Mann.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Schofield. Yeah, with the long-term financial plan, I'd just like to point out around the capital works program. I think it's exciting for the community to see we've got the recreation and sporting precinct with the detailed the consultation happening this financial year, the detailed design happening next financial year, and then the build starting the financial year after that. And I think that's something that's been in the works for a long time, and I think the community will be excited to see. And I think as we go out for consultation, I just hope the community can get around that, and those people who are passionate about those programs, that project and that precinct, engage in that consultation, and also the consultation that is going to come later in this year. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Mann. Would anyone like to? Thank you, Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think one of the things I'm sort of very conscious about that when we put information out for public consultation, we need to, I believe, to get some figures pretty well close to the mark. And I'm talking about the assumptions section on page 10. And we're talking about, you know, the interest rates on our loans and the cash advance debenture. You know, we're saying that 1.3% for year one, but 2.05% for the remaining years. So I think people will know that rates will go up above 2.05. So to have in our assumptions, our long-term financial plans, because if it does go up, that will increase our operating costs in way of rates will go up to pay for the extra interest rates. So I'm just wondering why we haven't put in what the RBA and the Commonwealth Bank of Australia has predicted since from 2023, we go over 1.15% rate rise on debt, and so that will impact on our long-term financial plans. So I'm just wondering why we're not putting in figures. If I can think of it, I'm not an accountant. I think there are other people out there who will see it. I'm wondering why is this a valid plan, because it actually hasn't got some assumptions which are closer to the mark than just basic interest rates going out for the whole year. And also just a query on page 11. It says these factors combine to put council in a surplus position by year 5, increasing inflation, interest rates by a factor of 3% from year 2, or a sensitivity analysis actually enhances the council operating position slightly. On what basis does that statement mean? I mean, to me, that's not a sensitive analysis. To me, I find that confusing, but then again, I'm not an accountant, but again, if it doesn't make sense to me, it may not make sense to other people who read this. So I'm just wondering what that statement actually means, if someone could give me an explanation on that. And again, it's about, you know, this plan will indicate, you know, that, you know, as we go through, we will, things will change and things will go up. So I think we just need to be a little bit more clarity around what we predict, so people have a better understanding of what's coming. First 2 years is not a problem. It's the last 8 years as we go. And I know we do look at these plans every year. I know we go to redo it, but we're asking people to have a look at this. So I just thought that we should need to get some of these figures a little bit closer to what maybe reality may be.
Thank you.
And I do have something on the asset management plan after.
Thank you. Would you like to respond? Thank you.
Thank you. Through the Deputy Mayor. So a couple of points there. On page 10, where you mentioned the interest on new borrowings. So the rates that have been used there were put together by our consultant in terms of industry benchmarking. We do get cheaper loans through the Local Government Finance Authority than a normal commercial bank would provide. And so those figures have been based on that industry benchmarking and forecasts that councils would apply to councils. In terms of the comment on page 11, the increasing inflation and interest rates by a factor of 3%, that's because at the moment CPI is higher than interest rates. So if we increased CPI in terms of our rates increase by CPI by 3% factor, we would have more income to cover interest if it was also impacted by an index of 3%. So that's basically what that statement is saying. I agree it probably could be explained a bit better in that particular instance there, so we can have a bit of a look at that.
Thanks, Kelly. Another one is when we look at our business plans, which will affect the long-term financial plans, our business cases that we actually puts in here, like the arts and culture. We don't have the boating facility in here at the moment, but the business case talks about, you know, a fair percentage to pay for it, especially for rate rises, in the sense of a 6% rate rise and boat facility 4% of interest rates to pay for that if we go ahead with it, even though it's not in here. But with the business case on the arts and culture, there's not much in there, and it's not a full business case to actually identify the depreciation and the interest rates and the impact of rate rises on that yet. That's in the long-term financial plan.
So through the Deputy Mayor, yes, there are a number of additional works that we would have to do to actually get those figures closer to something once we know what it's going to look like. What has been factored in here is essentially that high-level business case once fully constructed in terms of the Arts and Culture Precinct, and a flat rate of depreciation across the entire basic facility, so an average depreciation. But it will definitely need firming up when we get closer to a point where we can actually get the component breakdown of all the different items within the Arts and Culture Precinct, and then we'll be able to have a much more accurate figure. But for the time being, it's been included as an average across all of the assets that are included.
Thank you. On the asset management plan, a couple of things. I suppose we're talking about the condition rating of our roads, unsealed or sealed. The comment in here is really about, we have a very good overall good roads, and but we don't have condition ratings about 4 or 5 very often, and we just heard one tonight about Parsons Road. So I'm just wondering who undertakes undertakes the analysis of that? Do we bring someone in to look at that, or do our own staff look at the assets of our roads and make it a condition rating on there? Because that will depend when they get sealed or rebuilt or whatever.
Thank you through. Oh. Thank you through the Deputy Mayor. Yes, we have someone who goes out and looks at all of our assets. We also, depending on what asset it is, sometimes we do bring in experts to do different kinds of research or evaluations, but generally speaking, our team look at those assets.
Thank you. And my last question is on page 30 of the asset management plan under capital works. We've got sealed roads here. You've got bitumen, reseals, asphalt and rehabilitation works of 430,000, increasing each year. Is that where staff make a decision under the condition rating that roads will be sealed, like Keynes Road, 150 metres, which wasn't discussed in our deliberations, but it came out through an email that you go to seal 150 metres of Keynes Road. So I'm just wondering how many other people will feel like they want their roads sealed. So how did that decision came about? What rating or condition is that in? And how much would it cost of that 430,000? Thank you.
If I can, through the Deputy Mayor, so those amounts at the very top line on page 30 are purely for resealing, so roads that are already sealed being resealed, and they would be based on an examination of the condition rating and site assessments at the beginning of each financial year, essentially. And so that's how those projects are picked by priority, depending on their condition rating. In terms of unsealed roads, they would generally be in here as a separate line, showing that they're going from an unsealed to a sealed road, and that would come before council during the budget deliberation stage.
Then am I correct that Keynes Road, it will be sealed for 150 metres just after the bridge is repaired? Because it's not in this document, but it is in an email that came out from staff.
Councillor Lidley. Oh, sorry. Kathy, again.
Thank you. Through the Deputy Mayor, yes, that's correct. It is correct that Keene Road will be, a part of Keene Road will be bitumised as to do with the bridge.
So you're combining the both together under one decision making when the Keene Road was not discussed for bitumisation and decision by council. The bridge was, but not the road to be resealed to asphalt.
Can I pass comment there in a second? Oh, you're going to finish. I think it has confused me as well, where that figure of where there was going to be some sealing of Keene Road, but and Councillor Robertson and Councillor Henderson might be able to confirm this. I think it is in line with work of the bridge too. There's a particular issue with Keene Road Bridge existing where it dips out at the joint of the bridge to the, on one side of the bridge, which would make sense that it comes down off of the bitumen and it's bitumenized down to that area as part of the bridge work for the longevity of that bridge. I think that's where it comes from, but I've been as similarly confused as to how it came about. So it's bitumen road sealing, but as part of the bridge, putting in that new bridge works, because otherwise it just dips out in that one spot. It gutters out there within 2 days of filling in the potholes. So I think it's a design type issue, and it would make sense not to put a 5 metre section, but a full section there at the start of Keene Road.
150 metres.
It is 150 metres. It'd be around about that off of the Back Valley Road. Just because it could have a gap of 10 metres, 20 metres to get that run into, I think.
Excuse me, elected members, could we please come back?
Oh, yeah, thank you. Sorry, Deputy Mayor. I do apologise to the chamber for interrupting Councillor Litley's
and
comments.
I think Kathy Hayter has a response for you.
Thank you, through the Deputy Mayor. I was just going to say, yes, it is. There is a section of road that needs resealing as part of that safety upgrade for the bridge. So it has, I guess, in that sense, there's about 40 metres past the Keene Road Bridge on one side and 150-ish metres from Back Valley Road. Councillor Lidley just said.
Are you able to give us a cost to that additional works, because that wasn't part of the bridge costings, was it? It wasn't broken down that way.
Through the Deputy Mayor, I'd have to double check, but I think that is all inclusive, that cost.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, the Keene Road Bridge presents a particular problem for council. If they're going to do to replace the bridge, then absolutely they should fix up by bitumenizing the approaches on both sides, particularly on the north side, where there's a sharp bend coming into the bridge entrance itself, and goodness knows how many double loads of gravel have been put in there by council trying to overcome that issue, and would definitely be important to make sure that if the bridge is being built, that the immediate approaches on both sides are stabilised so that the bridge is further strengthened.
Thank you. Can we sort of come back to the motion? And the motion on the floor at the moment states that council proceeds to public consultation on the asset management plans and long-term financial plan as provided under separate covered in line with the community engagement plan provided at attachment A, commencing on the 26th of August and concluding on the 16th of September 2021. That is the motion on the floor. Is there any further comments? Yes, Councillor Glazebrook.
I suppose we should ask the question first. So is the administration seeking feedback on this, or is this what you're going to go out with?
It's seeking feedback. We're required to go to public consultation, then it will still come back to the chamber with that consultation prior to adoption.
So you want feedback on this document now that's going to be sent out?
Yes.
Yes, okay. I just wanted to make sure that that's what you were after. Well, I've just got a couple of comments. On page 8, where we have our, back to the good old key financial indicators, which everyone knows I just love those. Just above that little graph there on the left, table I should say, it says the long-term financial plan aims to achieve the following targets. And that gets back to our operating surplus of, -2 to 2 and a maximum of 80% net financial liabilities and a 90 to 110 asset renewal funding ratio. I realise it says there it aims to achieve. I think maybe we could think about that a little bit harder, because it might be aiming to achieve it, but 2 of them are outside of that. So we can't be aiming very hard, in my opinion. It's just like the operating surplus is with a rolling average of 0. Well, first sort of 5 years or 4 to 5 years is minus, and it's down to nearly -3, so it's not meeting the target. And also the net financial liabilities, of course, is going up to 86% at one stage, so that's not meeting its target either. So that's just my comments. I think it's, you know, if we're trying to, a bit like what Councillor Kemp said, if we're sending information out to the community, we should try and make it as accurate as we can. I'd also like to mention about the interest rate. So I'm concerned that, you know, this is a 10-year plan. I'd be very surprised if we're paying 2% interest in 8 years or even 4 or 5 years, to be honest. And it was interesting to note that in the boating business case, they used 4% as their interest, which was just something to note. It was interesting that one report is using 4% and we're going to be using 2%. I also wanted to make comment about that part there on page 11. I definitely think that needs to be explained more clearly, the factor of 3%. It would also be interesting for me, I believe, and the community, if we could indicate what the difference in the interest rate would be if, for example, the rates went up to 3% or 4% rather than just working on that 2%, because that will have an effect on rates, or it's going to have an effect on something. So that was just another comment in line with what Councillor Kemp was saying. So I've already mentioned those two, operating surplus and net financial liabilities, which the other thing I just wanted to mention was, again, loan borrowings. That comes up really a couple of times. On page 13, again, above the net financial liabilities, it says that the rate will go down over the 10 years as borrowings are being repaid. We don't ever seem to have any information about loan repayments. I know there is a comment on page 15 where it just simply says that principal repayments of close to 11.6 million over the term of the plan, but we don't ever, I don't even notice, even in our figures, loan repayments. That could be a question to Kelly at the moment. Are our loan repayments purely excess funds at the end of a financial year, or do we specify repayments through the year?
If I can, through the Deputy Mayor, I can probably answer a few of the comments that you've made. In terms of loan borrowings, so the budgeted financial statements include in the cash flow repayments of borrowings. So we include, essentially, we start with the fixed term borrowings and have those exactly as per the loan repayment schedule. And then we do some modelling around our cash flow throughout the year and when we need to draw down on and repay the CADs, which operate like variable loans. And so the repayments on the CADs are essentially any surplus funds that we have during the year to keep our outstanding borrowings as low as possible. But we also look to actually make payments and reduce those back to a 0%, a $0 amount at some point in time. So it does depend on the cash flow throughout the year and on timing of payments and expenditure going out. But essentially, in terms of the fixed term loans, that is a set amount each year that is repaid, along with in the timing of the loan projections schedule as well. In terms of the operating surplus ratio and the net financial liabilities, I take your point about that council aims to achieve, but we have been quite specific on page 12 and 13. The paragraph just above the graph for the operating surplus ratio states that it does not meet the annual target in year 2 and year 3, particularly because of the replacement of the corporate software in those 2 years being a additional cost that is essentially a once-off or once in once in a long-term financial plan project and isn't an ongoing issue that we have each annual year. And again, at net financial liabilities, it does meet the target. It's set in the 1 year with those peak funds for the Rec and Sport Centre as well. So I think that was all of the questions, but remind me if I've missed any.
No, that's pretty well all. I was just curious. I understand the fixed term borrowings, but for our CADs, we don't budget for any principal payments.
We budget for the interest within the financial statements, and then we basically pay down as much of our variable CADs as we possibly can, depending on cash flow. And so that fluctuates, but that's included in the long-term financial plan with the position that we're reducing our net financial liabilities down to, I think it's 64% in year 10 from a high of 86% in around year 4-5. So that shows that not only are the fixed term loans, but the CADs that we've had to use are actually reducing, and then will further reduce unless there's another significant project that takes place. We'd also be looking to bring back a report to council to the September meeting around actually fixing some more of those CADs to provide some certainty for council and to reduce our interest exposure as well. The other thing with interest rates is that I take your point that it may seem too low. The comfort, I guess, that can be gleaned from the operating surplus ratio is that there is a significant surplus from year 5, 6, 7 onwards. And so any interest rate exposure whereby interest rates go up more than we have expected can be covered within the operating surplus within those years. So whilst we will review this every year and re-look at the industry benchmarking, which will allow us to change this long-term financial plan as we go, there is also some contingency within that operating surplus ratio to allow for minor fluctuations.
Okay, thank you. Well, one more thing I'd like to add, and this is really going to throw the cat amongst the pigeons, and it didn't really sink into my mind well enough until I read the boat launching facility business case again this afternoon, where there was a comment in there or in the report somewhere that if the boat launching facility was part of our long-term plan, that we would be eligible even for this environmental study that they're looking to do, the 180,000, if that project was in the long-term financial plan. Did I get that correct? That we're not, because it's not in a long-term financial plan, we're not eligible for a government grant?
No. Obviously, the environmental study is an operating cost. So it's not, there aren't usual grants available for operating costs in regards to studies. Sometimes the federal government does provide them, usually they're about $20,000. We got one obviously for the impact assessment. It's preferable that if you're actually planning on doing it, hence shovel-ready projects should be in your long-term financial plan. If you're applying for big significant grants, like Building Better Regions grants, do require to have it in your long-term financial plan or a plan. You've actually got a plan in place. But until council's actually got a position in regards to its commitment to building it, you can't really place it within your plan.
Okay, no, thank you. I'll try and find that in a minute and I'll bring it up when that agenda item comes up. All right, thank you. That's all I think I had to say.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Councillor Kemp?
Yes, I do have a question. I do apologise to the chamber. I should have asked it before when I was speaking, but I forgot. On the asset management plan on page 10, we talk about bridges to do with the Keene Road Bridge. Down the bottom left-hand corner says the 2021-22 financial year SPIPE was due to the replacement of the Keene Road Bridge number 15 at a cost of $280,000, which includes safety railing. That's all it says. Is that a correct statement? Since we were talking about a road as well.
Kathy? Just one moment, please.
I'll take that if I can through the Deputy Mayor. It's just a summary comment at the bottom of page 10, just to provide a little bit of an explanation around the spike in terms of the graph. It's not an extensive definition or detailed comment about the actual project, which may include much more than just replacing the bridge and safety railing, because there would be more components of the bridge itself as well as the road on either side. But definitely the project has been included because of the bridge. The other works are subsequent because of the design and the safety issues.
Any,
Thank you for that. That's fine. We'll just see the final costings when they come available. Thank you.
any further questions? Points of clarification? If there isn't, Councillor Hales, would you like to close the debate? You won't? Don't? Can I put that motion to the floor? All those in favour? And those against? That motion is carried. Thank you.
Call a division, please.
Okay, all those in favour, please stand. Thank you. Okay, 4 again. Councillor Henderson, Councillor Robertson, Councillor Littley, Councillor Mann, and Councillor Hales. Against was Councillor Glasbrook and Councillor Kemp. Sorry. Yeah, the motion is carried. Thank you. Item 10, 10.1, Community and Development. 2021-22 Festival Decorations Grant Program. There are 3. Thank you, Councillor Littley.
I was going to say, we can probably do them on block, can't we? But
Yep. If the Chamber's happy to do them on block. No. So, sorry, there are 3 recommendations. First, that Council receive and note the 21-22 Festival Donations Grant Program, Decorations Grant Program Report. Thank you, Councillor Littley. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Henderson? Councillor Littley, would you like to speak to that?
yeah, well, I was going to sum it up on block as well. But my comment is, I'm fully supportive of this, but I have the feeling that the amount that we're doing here, as far as the 5,000 or the effort that we make to promote this grants program, we really need to make a concerted effort, because we come under fire, or the council comes under fire each year with regards to its Christmas decorations and the like, and not getting enough people in businesses included involved in it, and saying that the main street looks dead in the festive season. We've got to keep in mind that we have the challenges of not having Christmas parades and some of that Christmas cheer as well. I'm just wondering whether how we can make $5,000 go further as far as our promotion of this grants program. It's what it is. We can't throw, I don't know that there's any worth throwing more money at it if we can't get, certainly if we can't get people engaged with it. So it's just a comment that we do come under fire every year. So the efforts we can make to promote it would be great.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson? Didn't anybody? Thank you, Councillor Robertson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I sympathise with Councillor Littley's with his comments looked at this thing, my notes in here, I mean, this is such a complicated process for people to be, when you go into the application process to compete for this grant. It reminds me of so many grant proposals that we have, whether they be sporting or arts and culture or whatever, where enormous amounts of effort are required for what is really very small amount. That's on offer from the council, and I wonder if it's not really something very much more effective the council could be doing in terms of in-kind. When we talk about...
Excuse me, Councillor Robertson, what we're doing at the moment is receiving the report. Your discussion and comments would follow up in the next, either of the next two recommendations.
Well, I'd like to ask a question here at this point in terms of this word here is festive. Which one do we mean? I mean, if we're talking about Christmas, then perhaps that's what we should be having here, because the other major program in the calendar year, of course, is Easter, and we have, you know, nothing in this report here which talks about Easter, so which is arguably the bigger festival of the at least the Christian calendar. So I put it here that and you know, we have other times of the year when we have festivals here, and so festival decorations, you know, the everything from the tuna competition through to rock and roll festival, etc. That the decorations grant program, but it's really, if it's just going to be for Christmas that we're talking about, then that's perhaps what we should be having here, rather than festive decorations.
Through the Deputy Mayor, obviously that was a question. I assume I did glean one from there. So the Festival Decorations Grants Program specifically articulates that it is for the Christmas festive season. It says it's for lighting, Christmas trees, feature decorations. So it's not for those other events we would carry out throughout the year. This was specifically for the festive season being Christmas.
Any further?
Well, could we put Christmas festive season in there? Insert that word, just to make it clear that...
Well, it is in the grant program guidelines.
Okay.
No further points of clarification for the report? If there isn't, Councillor Littley, did you want to close the debate? No? I put the motion to the floor. All those in favour? That motion's carried. Item 2, that the recommendation 2, the council approve the 21-22 Festival Decorations Grant Program guidelines and call for applications. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Henderson. And do I have a seconder? I do. Councillor Mann. Councillor Henderson, did you want to speak? No? No? Does anybody want to speak for or against that motion? Yes, Councillor Robertson.
Yes, Deputy Mayor, come back to the issue that I appreciate the effort that's been put into the application form that accompanies this program, but it is, you know, it's going to involve a lot of effort by people putting forward the applications. I notice here too that on page 95 that the decorations are able to be installed no later than the 1st of December. I think our experience down here in this regard is that, at least with the Christmas pageant being in the first week of December, that requiring that Christmas decorations be installed no later than the 1st of December, some people would regard it as bad luck if you have Christmas decorations up before 1st of December. But to me, it's ones that, you know, for a lot of people that'll be filling out this form, it's going to be why bother? Because the amount of funds on offer there is pretty small. Also, I would just like to say, I have a few more minutes, that this year the Rotary Club of Victor Harbor is in the process of taking the Christmas pageant out to Morgan Park. They will hopefully have a program of encouraging businesses and the community to expand on the efforts made in the last couple of years. Some people go to an enormous amount of effort to private individuals to decorate their houses with lights, and there's been some pretty amazing efforts made. Also, not only in the town itself, but to me, some really excellent efforts are made outside of town, particularly by Grant Jolly out at on the entrance road to Victor Harbor. So, and I would also like to encourage the council to be actually encouraging the development of lighting in town, because our whether or not, even after COVID, to what extent the main street will be able to be used for a Christmas pageant in the future is up for grabs. So anyway, this year the planning is for the Christmas and including the carols by the sea to be actually also out at Morgan Park. So I think that our guidelines, if we to be taking this more seriously, as was suggested by Councillor Littley, that the $5,000 that we have in here that's been made available is one that's pretty small, and particularly with regard to the applications involve a lot of money to be spent by the proponent in terms of getting insurance cover and so on for these events, which seem to be gradually throttling what is happening locally.
Thank you. Are there any further comments on the recommendation 2? If there isn't, would Councillor Littley, we don't want to close. Councillor Littley, oh, sorry. You want? No, thank you. I'll put that motion to the floor. All those in favour? And those against? The motion is carried. Thank you. Number 3 is that the council grant delegation to the Arts and Culture Advisory Group to assess and award funding to applicants under the Festival Decorations Grant Program in accordance with the program guidelines as set by council. Do I have a mover, please? Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Seconder for that motion? Thank you, Councillor Hales. Would Councillor Henderson, would you like to speak to that? No? Councillor Hales? No? Would anybody like to speak to that motion? Yes, Councillor Robertson?
Yes, Deputy Mayor, I'd like to move an amendment to this, that the Arts and Culture Advisory Group be replaced by a community committee.
Thank you.
Through the Deputy Mayor, difficulty to give it delegated authority to actually distribute council funds. You've got a current structured working group, and you have community representatives on that group.
I understand through the Deputy Mayor, CEO, but the Arts and Culture Advisory Group meets about every month. And I would imagine if you want to have this program guidelines, so that's going to mean basically September, October. They have 2 more meetings before these the applications would be closed and put in place. And it's not the kind of, yes, there are community representatives on board that, but if the council had any intent of being serious about making this sort of the festival decorations into something that involved a broader area of the business, for instance, that we would put together a group to, after all, it's just assessing and awarding funding to applicants. But to me, I'd be looking for a group, nothing wrong with the Arts and Culture Advisory Group, but they're not really in a very good position to be nimble in terms of what might come forward from the application. So that could be slowing things down more than achieving what's wanted here, which is to
So Councillor Robertson, not to stifle your request for an amendment, because obviously you're able to move an amendment, but probably need a bit more detail as to what community group, what would be their selection process, terms of reference. Do you have any of that in mind if you're going to move an amendment along those lines?
Yeah, it would be a community group that we would call to be put together. Those interested in helping to smarten up the decorations, festive decorations in Victor Harbour, and give that group some work to do in terms of making sure that the community got behind it, as well as distributing some funds.
Again, I think it would require council to appoint that group. So by the time you've appointed that group, which wouldn't be till the September meeting, you would have been able to possibly call a special meeting of your Arts and Culture Advisory Committee and determine the grants.
Okay, I'll give it a try.
But again, you're able to move your amendment, but I probably need some more information about what that amendment is.
Yeah, the amendment is to call for a committee of people that would be interested in pushing forward with festive decorations. Right now,
am I able to ask a question and make a suggestion? Because this point, item 3, is about assessing and awarding the funding. Can we not have item 4 that we strive to pull together a working party along the lines of what you're saying, Councillor Robertson, a group that would, rather than assessing and giving the funding, but working to promote exactly how we started off on this item, promote and drive some of that. Seek community members to express their interest to help drive the promotion of the festive decorations grants.
I think that's a good idea.
So if we come back to item number 3 and stick to that particular item, if you wish to make an amendment, Councillor Robertson, you can. You'll put in a 4th motion, not an amendment. A recommendation, sorry. All right. So we just go back to the, yes, Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm not against the amount of money we're spending, but I'm against this motion because of the way it's written. I know the CEO is going to disagree with me, but my personal opinion is that we give delegation to the, through the delegations register to the CEO to expend our funds of an annual plan. She has delegation authority to delegate down through her chain of command to staff to expend funds. I don't believe we have the power to delegate to an advisory group to spend council's money. You know, I think what we need to do is, you know, yes, the community group can go, sorry, the advisory group can select the grants and then put a recommendation to the CEO to expend those funds. That's my understanding how I believe the Act works.
Any further discussion?
No, probably want to answer
sorry.
Councillor Kemp's question. I read it that the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee are awarding funding to the applicants. Obviously, it would still need my final approval in terms of the expenditure of funds. Because you are correct, it's not a Section 41 committee of council, but maybe the wording can be improved in terms of that council grant delegation to the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee to assess and make recommendations for the applicant's CEO for approval.
I think that would sit much better in the context of the Act and how we operate.
Yeah, so I don't disagree with everything you say. The mover and the seconder would need to approve that variation, just for clarity.
Okay. So the amendment is delegation to the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee group assess and make recommendations to the Chief Executive Officer funding to applicants in a festival decorations grant program. That is the recommendation. Now the mover and seconder need to, are they mover and seconder happy? Thank you. I'll open that to debate. Okay, I'll put that motion to the floor. Put the motion to the floor. All those in favour? That motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Robertson, you foreshadowed amendment? Or a number 4, sorry.
Yeah, a motion to the effect that a community festive decorations working party be formed to promote the decorations program.
Could you just repeat that again? We're trying to scribe up on the screen. We've got a portion of it, but.
That a community festive decorations working party be formed to promote the decorations program.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Littley. Councillor Littley, did you wish to speak to that?
Oh, only that I support the concept of it. I don't know that we need to get too full on with it, but we need to, you know, Councillor Roberts expressed, and I certainly say that it does need some promotion. So if we've got a few hands on to help push it along, that's great. And no doubt Councillor Robertson would have some very good ideas on who might like to put their hand up to come forward with that when it's promoted through whatever means the administration decide to put that out.
Thank you. Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, I'm not in support of this recommendation at all. I think that I'm not going to be willing to use up administration's time, money and resources to create a working party to promote $5,000 worth of schemes. And I love Christmas, but I think we can use our community. We have an excellent comms team. They reach through local advertising, social media. I think that can promote the scheme enough, and that can also call on community volunteers to spread it and do things. So I don't think we need to, as I would see as a waste of council's monies, to try and create another working party for $5,000 of funds. So yeah, that's how I feel.
Thank you. Any further comments? You will close the debate, Councillor Robertson. Did anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Robertson, would you like to close the debate?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, I don't think that that there needs to be any further council involvement in this, apart from the issue of setting up a working party. I'm sure there'd be interest from from various groups in town, perhaps even Business Victor Harbour, to go about the promotion of this of the decorations program, the grants program, the $5,000 from the council that's just been voted. Will draw out some interest in that regard, but the mobilisation in the community of this sort of activity is stuff that we should be getting the community to take, grabbing with both hands and doing, not to be having it be done by council. If the community doesn't do it, if a working party isn't formed up by people who are interested in doing it, then probably the community doesn't feel that festive decorations are worth having. There hasn't been a huge amount of effort in that regard in the last few years. So to me, this is the sort of thing we should be going back out to the community to say, we would like to have this festive decorations done in town here. We have put forward some seed money to do that, but to go out and drum up support for the seed, to use the seed money in the most effective way possible. Let it be a community effort to do that. So that's my thinking on this. It's not to be coming back to council for any more money or any more administrative time or anything like that. This is, to me, something that the community will either be interested in or won't be.
Thank you. Now put that motion to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That motion lost. Given the time, it is 8 o'clock, and we will have a 10-minute break. Everybody in favour? Thank you. Just wait. Thank you, everybody. We'll recommence the meeting with item 11.1, and that is the 2021 office closure and end of the year function. So the recommendation, there are 4 recommendations. The first one is that council endorse the closure of the office, the depot and library from 12 noon Thursday the 16th of December 2021 for the purpose of conducting the organisation's end of year function. Thank you, Councillor Mann and Councillor Henderson. Either of you wish to speak to that motion? Anybody want to speak to the motion? If not, I put that motion to the floor. All those in favour? That motion is carried. Thank you. 2, that in consideration of the public holidays on Monday the 27th of December 2021 and Tuesday the 28th of December 2021 and Monday the 3rd of January 2022, Council resolves to close the Council's principal office and depot from 3 p.m. Friday the 24th of December 2021 and reopen at 9 a.m. on Tuesday the 4th of January at 2022. Do I have a mover for that? Thank you, Councillor Henderson. A seconder? Councillor Mann. Do either of you wish to speak to the motion? Does anybody wish to speak to the motion? I put the motion to the floor. All in favour? That motion is carried. Thank you. 3, the Council resolved to trial opening the library during the end of the year office closure period as follows. Do you wish me to read out all of those dates? Thank you. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Hales and Councillor Littley. Would either of you like to speak to the motion? Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Yes, Councillor Glasbrook and Councillor Robertson.
Oh, look, I don't think I'm going to support it. This little Christmas closure time is a good opportunity for council to use up some of its annual leave liability to its staff, and I don't know, surely people can survive without the library for 3 or 4 days of the year. That's my personal opinion, so I'll probably just vote against this one.
Any further comments? Councillor Robertson, did you have your hand up earlier?
Yes. First of all, a question, Deputy Mayor. What is the, how did we, what was the rationale behind opening on the 29, 30 and New Year's Eve? How did the library staff come to the conclusion that this might be a worthwhile exercise?
Through the mayor, but actually Vicky, who is our library manager, is here because she's acting as Karen Rokoczynski. She's actually best placed to answer this, so I won't.
Thank you, Victoria. Through the Deputy Mayor. COVID's been an interesting experience for us, and we've discovered that during recent closures and certainly during other closures that we've had during COVID, that there's a real a need for the community to access technology, that there's a lot of people who experience social isolation, particularly over the Christmas New Year period, and that it's a real place for the community still to come. So we, as a library team, felt that we would like to trial this year as an opening, trial the opening days, the days that aren't public holidays. So that's why there's 3 days in between. Just to gauge the community, I guess, sort of feeling around opening the library. So it's really only a trial for this year to gauge the community feeling and to get some data around the usage during that time.
Okay, sounds good. I mean, the second follow-on question for that would be, is this just a thought that these would be the days that, or have you had feedback from the community at all? Have you made any inquiries from the community about whether they think this would be a good at this particular time, of course, right at the end of the year, that they would be keen to use the library?
Sure, through the Deputy Mayor. We had some feedback during both customer surveys that we ran as part of the library review and then the year after that. And there were a few expressions of interest for the library to continue to open over the holiday period, not for the public holidays, but for the days that generally other businesses are open. So that's kind of where the seed germinated, and we do get informal feedback every year from people who are surprised that we are closed during that period. I think the expectation from a lot of people visiting is that the library will be open. Hopefully that answers your question.
Okay, and the third one, if I might, yeah, that's fine. The third one, if I might, how would you be proposing to promote the promote this opening?
Through the Deputy Mayor, that's a very good question. So we usually put out information to all of our customers towards the end of November to let them know about our Christmas opening or closing times. So it would be our regular methods of through the library, social media. The comms team here help greatly in promoting that as well. So we'll try as many avenues as we can to let people know.
Okay.
Yes, Councillor Kemp.
Thank you. Vicky, just a question, I guess it's a flow on from Councillor Glasbrook about leave liability. Because this is not a normal period you'll be open where staff would take leave. It must be part of their annual leave. So because it's an abnormal working period for 3 days, would they be taking toil, or would they be just added on to the annual leave and that type of thing? Because if it works and works well, this will be an ongoing process because we are opening up the library to our community more through this period. Some go a little bit shell-shocked when they can't access areas. So I'm just wondering how you're going to manage that leave liability in a toil, or as in, or you just go pay them out for that period aspect. I'm not quite sure how you would manage that.
Through the Deputy Mayor, so we would just roster as we normally would, so it would be part of their normal shift. We are looking at running it with a minimum staff contingent, so it would be just focused on our customer service delivery, so no back of house, so as many staff that can take leave and wish to take leave during that period can do so. We don't have a huge problem with leave liability in the library because a lot of people like to take regular holidays during school holidays. And use up their leave quite well. So it would just be rostered as normal time for us, and everyone else would be required to take the leave still.
Just a follow-on question, thank you. Is there a proposal around, I know some businesses, you know, people take their leave after when everything's back to normal. Is that an option that you thought about to manage your leave liability so people don't accumulate?
Absolutely. So we've got quite a number of staff that actually want to take leave in January and February. So we tend to promote leave during that time, and around December, January is probably our busiest period in the library. So a lot of us take leave either side of that. We really have to manage our leave throughout the year to make sure that we've got enough people on deck.
Okay, Councillor Henderson.
I will be supporting this. As Vicky has pointed out, libraries are much more than about lending books these days. That's what they used to be, but not so today. The library is used by many people for many different reasons. For example, some people come into our library every single morning to read the newspaper. They come in every single morning to pick up a copy of the crosswords from the newspaper, sometimes completing the crosswords in the library. They come into the library to meet one another and sit quietly and talk. So it's used for all sorts of purposes. And in that sense, our library is a community centre. And I think for that reason alone, and because, as Vicky also pointed out, many people find Christmas the loneliest time of the whole year. And it's very important that they have somewhere to go and not feel lonely.
Any further comments? Councillor Hales, do you want to close the debate? No? I'll now put the motion to the floor. And those against? That motion is carried. Thank you. And number 4 is that council resolve Coral Street Arts and Visitors Information Centre both close at 3 p.m. on Christmas Eve and are closed on Christmas Day. Thank you, Councillor Mann. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Henderson. Councillor Mann, would you like to speak to that? Councillor Henderson? Would anybody like to speak to the motion? No, I'll now put the vote to the floor. Those in favour? That motion is carried. Thank you. Okay. Oh, of course. Yes. (12.2) The proposal for the Rotary Victor Harbour to install and maintain cigarette bins on council land. Councillor Hales, move it.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Schofield. I don't seek to move this, but I will declare a perceived conflict of interest in this matter, as I am a member of the Rotary Club of Victor Harbour. However, because I do not sit on the board, nor is the club going to obtain a material benefit from this, I believe I can manage my conflict and remain in the chamber and vote on this item.
Thank you. So do we have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Kemp. And the seconder was Councillor Mann. Councillor Kemp, did you want to speak to the motion?
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I think this is a great initiative by the Victor Harbour Rotary Club. Again, this is about maintaining cleanliness, hygiene with all the aspects of cigarette butts and things like that. So they're going to install them, they're going to manage them and maintain it in key areas where people smoke and throw butts all over the ground. So I think it's a great initiative and well done.
Thank you, Councillor Mann. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? No? Councillor Kemp, would you like to close the debate? I put the motion to the floor. All those in favour? Thank you. That motion is carried. 2, the council support the Victor Harbour Rotary Club's initiative and commend the club's community service in delivering this program. Thank you, Councillor Mann. Councillor Henderson, would either of you like to speak to that? Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Yes, Councillor Henderson.
I don't want to speak directly to this recommendation, but if I can just make a comment and that I would like to suggest a third recommendation. I read in the information background to this that we used to partake in a hook, line and thinker program, and that wasn't continued because of vandalism of the police structures that took that fishing tackle and hooks, etc. My third recommendation, which I want to foreshadow, would be that we reinvestigate that with something similar to what's been proposed here, that stainless steel containers be used, and that we look into reinstigating that program. And just to reiterate why, I observed a seagull with fishing tackle wrapped around its leg running around Bunnings car park the other day. So I think we still need to address that problem of fishing tackle.
Through the Deputy Mayor, given that proposed motion really has no relevance to this Rotary Club cigarette butt item, I suggest it's probably either a motion on notice or a motion without notice rather than to tacked onto this, because it isn't relevant to the other 2 recommendations.
Yes, I'm happy with that.
And also noting that Council has recently supported the Wildlife Association who have run a similar program, and we could probably do some investigations as to what they've been doing in that space.
Thank you. Councillor Kemp?
Yeah, just a question to the CEO. I'm assuming, I haven't read it in the document, I didn't see it. Would Victor Harbour Rotary Club require council's owner's consent to put these bins on council property, on council land?
Yes, hence that's the report. This is why there's a report, and there are some areas where they're looking, it's not on council property, so they needed to seek approval separately to where those other places are. It's not so much landowner consent, they're actually attaching them to existing structures, the bins and posts of council, but it is within council land.
We don't own those bins or posts.
Any further questions or clarification? I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that Councillor Kemp, you actually moved that motion. Mann, sorry, I've got you around the wrong way. Councillor Mann, would you don't? I'll put that motion to the floor. All those in favour? That motion's carried. Uh, 12.3 Coastal Adoptions Study and Strategic Community Engagement, Phase 3. There are 2 recommendations here. The first, that Council receive and note the Coastal Adoption Study and Strategy Community Engagement Phase 3 report. Thank you, Councillor Hales and Councillor Mann. Councillor Hales, did you wish? No? Anybody would like to speak to that motion? No? I put the motion to the floor. All those in favour? That motion is carried. Thank you. 2, the Council proceed to Phase 3 of the public consultation on the Coastal Adoption Strategy as guided by the Communications and Engagement Plan. Do I have a mover for that motion, please? Councillor Henderson, and a seconder, Councillor Robertson. Would either of you like to speak to that? No? Anybody like to speak to the motion? I put the motion to the floor. All those in favour? That motion is carried. Thank you. Minutes of council committee meetings, 13.1 audit committee meetings, 2nd of August 2021. Are you happy for these to be done en bloc? Yep, Glasbrook. Okay, thank you. So the recommendation is that council receive and note the minutes of the audit committee meeting held on Monday the 2nd of August 2021 as provided at attachment A to this report. 2, that council notes the audit committee provides the following feedback to council on the strategic risk register reviewed, completed by the administration in July 2021. Recommended a thorough review of the risk tolerance ratings. Recommended a thorough review of ineffective controls. Good to see growth in risk maturity across the organisation. Ensure reporting of projects which may impact on strategic risks meet high-level criteria to avoid over-reporting and delving into operational risk management. Do I have a mover? Councillor Glasbrook, and a seconder. Councillor Mann. Anybody, would you like to speak to this? No? Anybody like to speak to the motion? Thank you, Councillor Robertson.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I must admit, I was a bit confused with the wording that is put down here. It seems as though the first 2 recommendations from the audit committee are that it seems that they think that the risk tolerant ratings and the ineffective and that that the controls, you know, are not very good at all. I didn't pick that up from reading the report. This business, it was good to see a growth in risk maturity across the organisation. I didn't understand what they were pointing out in that regard. And ensuring that reporting of projects which may impact on strategic risks meet high-level criteria to avoid over-reporting and delving into operational risk management. And again, I didn't see too much in the way of examples. So I was really, I was a bit disappointed that of the wording in these in this feedback to the council, because I couldn't find some of the couldn't find the substantive aspects of this in the report, and I was wondering about the language.
Through the Deputy Mayor, obviously this was the strategic risk review of items, which Council and the Audit Committee had a workshop on, I think it was about 12 months ago, and then some final amendments had been made to that strategic risk register. It was just presented to the Audit Committee for some feedback, so there was other commentary, and they've actually since received it out of session with other amendments and changes that have been made, so it's just a monitoring role.
The way it's written here, see, through the Deputy Mayor, if, the way it's written here, take the first one, that the Audit Committee is saying to the Council, we recommend a thorough review of the risk tolerant ratings. I thought that had either been done or that it had certainly been done, whether it wasn't thorough enough for the Audit Committee. But that first, what do you take as being the meaning of that first recommendation?
Again, it was looking at some of those strategic risks. It wasn't specific to any particular strategic risk, but it was in general in terms of Council's appetite may be able to prepared to take more risk. So it's not about less risk. It's not saying it's not doing it properly, but it's around the risk tolerance.
Do we have risk tolerance ratings?
Yes, we do. We have a risk matrix in which we assess each risk.
That's
and that has basically in terms of the likelihood, the consequences, whether it's high, medium, extreme, catastrophic, and assessing each of the risks. So it may have been that some of the risks we were assessing were falling into a category that may have not been quite right because our tolerance maybe was too high or too low, and we wanted to reassess.
Okay.
So the Audit Committee was giving the administration some guidance on those assessments of the strategic risks. Any of the other Audit Committee members here may want to comment on that.
Okay.
Any further questions, comments? Councillor Glasbrook, did you want to close debate? No. I now put the recommendation to the floor. All those in favour? That motion is carried. Thank you. Uh, 13.2 Regional Fluoro Regional Community Service Advisory Committee minutes for the 10th of August 2021. Recommendation is that Council receive and note the Fluoro Regional Community Services Advisory Committee minutes 10th of August 2021 report. Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Mann. Thank you. Would either of you like to speak? Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Thank you, Councillor Robertson.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I was just looking at on page 137 at the business arising out of the actions tables here. I see this pretty much the same in the first item there, which is 6.1. about the hospital update. It just seems that this gets repeated month after month after month from this committee. Really wondered, to what extent it's received traction. Then I was also interested to look at the item 6.4, the palliative care services, that the committee has written to letters to the government ministers. Minister Basham is the local member, I guess. Minister Wade is the Minister of Health, but also the Shadow Minister for Health, Christopher Picton. And there's a response there about meeting with the Mayor with the Shadow Minister. Is this normal that committees like this would be writing to Shadow Ministers? I mean,
It would have been a resolution of council because the committee would have suggested it first, that council write. So usually for the CEO and the mayor to write to any of the ministers, it comes via way of the committee seeking the council's support to do so, and then we get the direction to write. So it's not the committee writing on its behalf, doing it on its own work. It's usually it is recommending and suggesting to council, in which you support those recommendations, and then we write to the various ministers.
And did we recommend that the opposition minister of health be contacted?
I don't recall being at that meeting, so I don't think that's come back to council.
I don't think so either. I just find it really strange that a committee that we have of the council here would be writing to on this matter of the palliative care services, would be engaging with the opposition minister of health on that. Curious.
Through the Mayor,
yes,
can I?
Councillor Glasbrook.
Well, I'm on the HAC committee at the hospital, and we had a presentation at our last meeting from the chair of the South Australian Palliative Care Group, which I can't remember what their official name is, but and they told us the same thing. They were basically lobbying the current South Australian government and potentially the next South Australian government, depending on who's elected, for more money and more services and more care and all that sort of thing. So it's probably along the same lines that they're lobbying for the future, and you need to lobby on both sides in case your team doesn't win. So I think that's all it was about.
That would be correct. And at the moment, you're about to head into a caretaker period for the state elections. So we are required at the moment, we're giving information if we're requested to all parties.
Are there any further questions, points of clarification? If not,
Deputy Mayor,
yeah.
if I may also add to some of Councillor Robertson's questions, the items there in the business arising and action list are actually the two that Councillor Robertson brought up. Both relate to correspondence that has gone out, and they remain in that list until we've received replies to that correspondence. With relation to the South Coast Hospital update, that's not always the same. The meeting before this one, we actually had a representative from the hospital board who came and physically presented to us at that meeting, which was held at the Untitled Council Chambers. So that's not just sitting there and ongoing. We do have direct feedback from these groups. In the case of the palliative care letters, we had a very positive response from the minister, and that you can see in the minutes also. So it's not just lip service. It has positive results sometimes.
Okay, I now put the motion to the floor. Yeah. I put the motion to the floor. All those for? Thank you. That motion is carried. Um, 13.3 CEO Performance Review Committee Minutes, 5th of July 2021, 27th of July 2021 and 9th of August 2021. The recommendation is that Council receive the minutes of the CEO Performance Review Committee meetings held on Monday the 5th of July at 2021, Tuesday the 27th of July 2021 and Monday the 9th of August 2021, and note that the recommendations contained therein. Do I have a mover, please, for that? Councillor Henderson. And a seconder, Councillor Kemp. Councillor Henderson, did you want to speak? Councillor Kemp. Anybody like to speak to that motion? No? I put the motion to the floor. All those in favour? That motion's carried. Thank you. Item 14.1 are the representative reports, August 2021. The recommendation is that Council receive and note the representative reports for August 2021. Do I have a mover, please? Thank you, Councillor Henderson. And a seconder? Councillor Litterley. Would either of you like to speak to the motion? Anybody like to speak to the motion? I put the motion to the floor. All those in favour? That motion is carried. Thank you. (14.2) Victor Harbour Horse Tram Authority Deed of Gift and Personal Property Licence. On this one, I will declare a perceived conflict of interest because I sit on the board. I choose to stay in the chamber. I will not enter into any debate and continue to chair the meeting. So the recommendation is that Council receive and note the Victor Harbour Horse Tram Authority Deed of Gift and Personal Property Licence report. Do I have a mover for that, please? Councillor Litterley. A seconder, Councillor Hales. Councillor Litterley, would you like to speak to the motion? Hales? No? Would anybody like to speak to the motion? I put the motion to the floor. All those in favour? And those against? The motion is carried. That the Council endorse the City of Victor Harbour to enter into a deed of gift with the Victor Harbour Horse Tram Authority as per the draft attachment A, and the Mayor and Chief Executive Officer be authorised to sign and seal the deed of gift on behalf of the City of Victor Harbour. Do I have a mover, please? Councillor Litterley. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Henderson. Would either of you like to speak to the motion? Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Councillor Kemp. Robertson, sorry. Would you also like to speak to that? Okay. Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, I read this pretty carefully and I was wondering, what is the benefit of doing this? I mean, what are we hoping to achieve out of this exercise here? This is only to do with the operating parts of the, as it says on the top of page 190, it's nothing to do with land and buildings. They're excluded out of this, but what do we achieve? I guess is probably a question to the finance people. as to what we get out of this.
Thank you, through the Deputy Mayor. So in terms of dollar value, there isn't a great deal of benefit for either party, but what it does allow is the Horse Tram Authority to look after the assets that they use on a regular operational basis and to organise for the replacement of those using their own procurement policies and in line with board decisions without having to come back to council and provide requests for the minor equipment on an annual basis. So it does allow them to be more proactive about some of those minor items and is part of essentially a group of documents that will provide there will be an overarching document over the top, which will be a service level agreement, which will actually provide whose roles and responsibilities where the roles and responsibilities lie with either council or with the authority to undertake certain works, whether it's capital, small minor purchases such as these type of items, or whether it's larger facility type capital construction as well. So it just provides a little bit more autonomy in terms of those smaller assets.
Well, if I might just go a question a bit further on this, because these are not insignificant items, even though it's not the land and buildings. I mean, there's a couple of vehicles there. There's horse-drawn trams. There's you know, the horses themselves. There's all the horse gear, the saddles and bridles, etc. You know, is the authority really in a position to be able to replace as well as maintain these assets?
So through the Deputy Mayor, in terms of this particular agreement, the horses are not included in this agreement. So there's a list on page 197 of the agenda, which goes through the items that are actually included. So the horses themselves are not included; they remain with council. The horse trams as well remain with council. So in terms of those larger items that would require either considerable procurement or construction expertise, they stay with council. What we're looking at here is the smaller sort of furniture and equipment that essentially the horse tram operators are best placed to know when they need to be replaced. Things like saddles and halters, the horse equipment, even the vehicle and the trailer, the horse tram authority staff and the board itself would be best placed to know when they needed replacement. The horse tram authority can take out its own loans with the local government finance authority if it needed to, and then can manage the repayments themselves with the minor costs on cost to council.
Is it really fair to say here, as in bottom of page 129, that the Horse-Drawn Tram Authority is really a separate corporate entity and has a status of an autonomous independent entity, while, you know, there's an ongoing assumption, I think, in the Horse-Drawn Authority board that the $400,000 subsidy that comes from council each and every year is a long-standing amount of money that they'll be getting.
Through the Deputy Mayor, so it is fair to say that it is a separate entity. It's a subsidiary of council, but it is its own agency under the Act. The authority themselves has the ability to take out, like I said, to take out loans. They have their own accounting system, which allows for depreciation of these minor assets and the renewal and replacement of the assets. And in terms of the charter and the intent of the charter was to essentially provide for a more flexible, autonomous arrangement around the horse tram and the running of the operations. That can never be completely divulged as a requirement for council to make some contributions to it, whether it's just in a financial contribution of around that $400,000 mark, even down to the point where if at some stage a financial contribution wasn't required, there would still be support from council as the parent body, even though it is a separate entity.
So we think that without this cushion of $400,000 a year, do we really think that this horse-drawn tram authority can pay the licence fee and effectively pay for the depreciation and replacement of the vehicles, all the other kit? Because the other kit in our forward budget is that for instance, all the saddlery and bridles are budgeted for $20,000 a year. For instance, that's just one cost.
So through the Deputy Mayor, so the authority would need, as part of this, and the particular licences that are in front of you, the deed of gift and the personal property licence, have been to the board and discussed at that level. The authority would need to have its own replacement, or not an asset management plan as such, but a capital works program or replacement cycle for any replacement of goods. Council, in terms of paying for depreciation, at the moment, council already is paying for depreciation on those. This just means that the depreciation on those minor equipment will sit in the authority's books. And it's basically a difference in the accounting treatment between our two entities. But again, the main reason for the deed of gift is around the authority having that autonomy and flexibility to look after its own assets and replace them as conditions require.
Yeah, because I'm sorry, I was looking before, just checking the Annexure A on page 207. It lists there as the property from both parties. It just says horse trams. Well, I presume there are 4 of them. 2 are operational, 2 are not, and lists the horses there. This is not part of the deed of gift, though.
So there's two separate documents here. So one is the deed of gift, and the deed of gift has the list on page 197. So they're the smaller items that are proposed to be gifted to the authority. So there's probably about a dozen or so smaller items. The second document is the property licence, which basically provides the authority with the exclusive use of those items on page 207, essentially for the cost of what would be council's depreciation of those items. So whilst they won't own the items on page 207, we're basically providing them to the authority to have exclusive use, whereas the items on page 197 are a gift to the authority for them to look after and replace as required.
Thank you, Kelly. So if we can look at that recommendation, are there any further queries to the recommendation 2, please? Yes, Councillor Kemp.
Thank you. Look, I'm not against this proposal in this deed of gift, but I'm just wondering, the only concerns I have is about what controls does council have if we do this deed of gift to ensure that, there's not the children in the lolly shop syndrome where all of a sudden, wow, we've got this, we can do what we want and buy what we want. Because what can happen, come back to council and say, we need more money. We need more than 415,000 that you give us now. We want another 50,000 because we want to buy these better quality equipment, which standard equipment would be okay. So I'm just wondering, is there any controls around how we control their expenditure, even though we've got to give them the authority to borrow money and do things, just to ensure that it doesn't come back and bite us?
Through the Deputy Mayor, so the authority is still required to give its budget to council for approval during the budget process. And that their budget would include any of, you would be able to see if they have any capital items within their budget. And so that would form part of council's deliberation, the ability to ask for more information around any expenditure and also approve or not approve of that, depending on so yes, council would still have the ability to fully see any of those items.
Any other questions, point of clarification? Councillor Littley, do you want to close the debate? Thank you. I put that recommendation to the floor. All in favour? And those against? The motion is carried. Thank you. 3, that council endorse the City of Victor Harbor to enter a 5-year personal property licence with the Victor Harbor Horse Tram Authority as per the draft at the attachment B, noting an annual fee of amount equivalent to the depreciation of the property. Do I have a mover for that motion, please? Thank you, Councillor Littley. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Littley, do you want to speak to the motion? Councillor Henderson? Anybody like to speak to the motion? Thank you, Councillor Kemp. And Robertson. Oh, sorry. Councillor Robertson, I think you've changed your profile. Must be my glasses. Sorry, Councillor Robertson. My apologies, Councillor Kemp.
Okay, same question again. All this effort has been put in by the staff here into this, and I look at the annual fee that's going to be charged, which is amount equal to the depreciation of the property, and when you look at the values that's been put on the property, you think, well, okay, amount equal to the depreciation of the property they're going to pay on an annual basis. But what are we gaining out of this? What's happening here? Where are the plus signs for the council out of this?
Through the Deputy Mayor, that the main gain is that we're actually putting into a document what is actually occurring now. So under the charter, there's certain intent of the charter. These documents that have come to council are essentially to shore up those charter requirements and to show what the actual roles and responsibilities of each party is, so that it's very clear what the City of Victor Harbor and administration will undertake and what the authority board and the staff at the horse tram will undertake. So the main reason behind it is actually just to shore up that verbal or intended agreement, so that we have a document in place that sets things out very clearly in case there is any confusion in the future, and also for any conflict resolutions or discord if people aren't aware of their roles and responsibilities.
Another question of you then, Kelly, with the benefit of hindsight, which is a wonderful thing, but when the Horse Tram Authority was set up, should this have been included at that time?
Potentially, yes. It could have been something that was done in the beginning. However, it has been a bit of an evolution and journey in terms of what was required. Council itself and administration weren't 100% sure how the authority, well, what roles and responsibilities the authority would have at that point in time. And yes, it has taken longer than it probably should have to get to a point where we're ready to do all of this, but it's also at a point where everybody has fully considered their roles and responsibilities and is comfortable with the documentation that's come forward.
Thank you, Kelly. Are there any further questions, points of clarification? Councillor Littley, did you want to close debate? I now put the recommendation to the floor. All those in favour of the recommendation? Those against? The motion is carried. Thank you. Item 14.3, Fleurieu Regional Waste Authority, appointment of a board member. So the recommendation that we have is the council receive and note the Fleurieu Regional Waste Authority appointment of a board member report. This is the same procedure that we went through earlier tonight. Okay, so if we can have a mover and a seconder for the appointment of the board member report, please. Thank you, Councillor Mann and Councillor Robertson. Councillor Mann, would you like to speak to the motion? Councillor Robertson? Would anybody like to speak to the report? I put the recommendation to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? The motion is carried. Okay. So we are going to recommendation 3. That we will call, that the council appoint, we don't want that. I just call for nominations for a Waste Authority board member from the City of Victor Harbor.
Can I ask a question first of the timing of those meetings, frequency of those meetings, and I guess just those details around them?
Okay. And we have details. Are you able to give those, Councillor Gasbrook?
There's about roughly nine meetings a year. Could be any, not necessarily a set day. Normally start around 9:30, 10 o'clock, go through until about 1 o'clock. Anywhere, could be at Yankalilla, could be at Kangaroo Island, could be at Alexandrina, or could be at Victor.
You're right, Councillor Lidley?
Well, I'm considering nominating, but as my fellow elected members know, I do work daytime hours, but it is a case that there's always shuffling that can be done, but should there not be an ability of the successful person in this process to be able to attend meetings, do we have proxies for that we're going to have that support there? Because I see that we need no proxies, no. So we just don't go unrepresented then.
Can I please ask a question? Is there a possibility of Zoom for these meetings?
Possibly, I presume. They're not always, there have been Zoom meetings, but yeah.
Okay. I think their charter enables them to have participation by Zoom because of Kangaroo Island's representatives.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councillor Robertson.
I have a question, Deputy Mayor. I note the letter that's in here from the chairman of the Fleurieu board. Yes, the councils here have, all 4 councils have approved changes to the charter, but has in fact as it's required on page 214, the 1.4.4, that the amendment's not effective until the notice of it has been published in the Gazette. So has indeed that the charter changes to the Fleurieu charter been published in the Gazette yet?
Councillor Robertson, we are appointing a board member. At this moment, we're not discussing the terms of reference. Yes, Councillor Mann.
If you don't mind, I can answer that quickly.
Okay.
Through the chair, yes, it was Government Gazetted on the 19th of August 2021.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It was part of the documentation to this item in the agenda.
So do we have a member who will look at this position, Councillor Littley? You're happy to sit?
I'll nominate, yeah.
Okay. We have one nomination, Councillor Littley. Do we have a second nomination? If we don't have a second nomination,
Just excuse me, Chair, the report speaks of a staff member that wishes to nominate. Do we need to take that into consideration, or?
Only if.
Through the Deputy Mayor, I know Karen Rokoczynski wanted to express her interest. She raised it with me and I said she just needed to include it in the report, and it's purely up for the council's consideration. She was interested in the role, but she actually did express if there wasn't an elected member that was interested.
okay. So we come back at this moment that we do have a nominee in Councillor Littley. Are there any further? And for the term of, it doesn't, yeah. So, and also you need to state the term of. So will your term go from today until the end of our?
May I suggest that it end with the rest of our current elected member appointments in November 2022?
Okay. So at the moment, the recommendation now reads that the council appoint Councillor Brian Littley as the Fleurieu Regional Waste Authority Board member for the City of Victor Harbor and for a term of
Ending 22nd November.
To the conclusion of.
Commencing on the 24th of August, 2021.
His appointment.
We won't actually have it commence because that is to when the date of the new charter comes into effect. No, I thought it was a period of time after. I need to clarify that. They're still operating under the old charter.
Can I just ask a clarification? At what point, or is there a point where I need to declare a conflict, like an interest at all? Not even with travelling fees?
There's no.
But there's been no travelling, no. Yeah.
We won't be a moment. Okay. Has everybody been able to note that the recommendation is now that council appoint Councillor Brian Littley as the Fleurieu Regional Waste Authority Board member from the City of Victor Harbor until the conclusion of his term as an elected member at the City of Victor Harbor in November 2020. 2022. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Hales, and a seconder, Councillor Henry. Councillor Hales, do you want to speak? Anybody wishes to speak to the motion? Yes, Councillor Robertson.
Yes, Deputy Mayor, I congratulate Councillor Littley on being on his nomination for this this post. It's good to see an elected member standing up to serve in that position. So, yeah, well done.
Thank you. Are any further comments? Yes, Councillor Glasbrook.
Well, I'll be voting against this recommendation. Nothing at all to do with you. I'm sure you'll be an absolute fantastic representative, but I disagree with this process and I disagree with the way that the authority is going. You know, it's a community-owned subsidiary, so I'll be voting against it.
Okay, any further comments? Councillor Hales, did you want? No. I put the motion to the floor. All those in favour? And those against? The motion is carried. Thank you. And thank you very much, Councillor Littley. Okay. So 15.1 is the mayoral report for August 2021. Do I have a mover for that, please? Councillor Littley, and a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Do either of you wish to comment on the report? Does anyone wish to comment on the report? Yes, Councillor Kemp.
Just a clarity around July meetings. I'm just wondering, I know the Mayor's not here to answer, but maybe the CEO can, where she was with the Mayor. When we were in lockdown, did they do face-to-face meetings with, so like Business Victor Harbour or radio interviews? I'm just wondering how that worked when we were in lockdown.
I'm assuming in lockdown she wasn't having meetings, but I can't remember what the dates were during the lockdown. So obviously this wasn't for the whole of July. So I can't remember the exact dates of when we had that lockdown.
Query, because I thought the dates were around that period of the lockdown. So yeah, just curious as to the report. Thank you.
They were around the council meeting time, I think.
Any further comments? If there is no further comments, I'll put in, sorry, mental blank. I'll put the recommendation to the floor. All those in favour? That recommendation is carried. Thank you. 5.2, elected members report, August 2021. Do I have a mover to receive those reports? Councillor Robertson and Councillor Hales. Councillor Robertson, do you want to? Councillor Hales? Any comments on the reports? If there's no comments on the report, I put the recommendation to the floor. All those in favour? Thank you. That's carried. There are no matters of urgency and no questions on notice and questions without notice. Yes, Councillor Glasbrook.
I'd just like to ask the CEO a question in relation to our donations policy from earlier. Should we be reviewing our donations policy? Changing whether we give donations retrospectively? I think it's important that we stick to our policies, and if our policy says that we shouldn't, we either shouldn't or we need to.
Through the Deputy Mayor, I think your policy is actually very good because it enables the administration to act accordingly, and any donations that are retrospective that are within the delegation, we don't approve, we bring them back to the chamber. There's been 2 occasions where council's given due considerations to those requests and you've made the decision accordingly, and the policy states that you can obviously, as long as a chamber decision, act outside your policy. But as you can with any of your policies, there may be times that you have to, but the majority is that we don't certainly send that message, and you make a statement, which is usually in your debate, that it's not a normal practice that you've undertaken. So to be honest, I think your policy is still quite good. I wouldn't be looking to change it because it's not something you want to encourage. You need to give each consideration of when you give a retrospective donation, give its due consideration as a chamber at the time.
Any further questions without notice? Thank you. Motions on notice. There is one. 19.1. Motion on notice, penguin population, Granite Island, Councillor Andrew Robertson. The recommendation one is that council receive and note the motion on notice, penguin population, Granite Island, Council Andrew Robertson's report. Would you like to propose your motion? Sorry, do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Henderson. And do we have a seconder, Councillor Kemp? Do you wish to speak to the motion, Councillor Henderson? Councillor Kemp? Councillor Robertson to propose his motion. Would you like to do that, Councillor Robertson?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, sorry, beg my pardon. So we have a mover and a seconder, neither wishes to speak. Anybody else want to speak? Nobody? I put a recommendation to the floor. All those in favour? That recommendation is moved, carried. And so now I ask Councillor Robertson to propose his motion.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, I trust everyone has read. I tried to keep the commentary as brief as possible. Just for I just wanted to make an initial comment very quickly on the commentary that's here. The primary causes for the diminishing penguin numbers are not inclusive. They may not be able to be actually allocated, numbers as such, but the problems that we have on Granite Island here are to do with basically to do with foxes and people, increasing numbers of people coming into contact with the and bringing their dogs over, which brings the foxes over. We still don't have very good access control during the evenings in particular. I'm part of the group that spends at least one night a month counting and observing data of penguin activities on Granite Island, which is all very closely monitored by a very professional program at Flinders University. The concern here is that we're on the verge of seeing the penguins on Granite Island become extinct, which the reaction of the people of Victor Harbor is going to be swift and very clear. That it's going to be the council that's going to be blamed for this. People still think that Granite Island is council's responsibility, no matter how much they get told otherwise. It's a Department of Environment owned island, unfortunately. And we need to know immediately, really, what plans the Department of Environment has for Environment and Water has for the protection of the remaining 16 birds that nest on the island. They are at the point of extinction, and it's, I think, amongst those that take a close interest in the penguins this year, in a few months' time, the causeway will be finished, will be being walked on by people, bring a lot of visitors down here. That those visitors will come during summer when the evenings are long, as you know, people will be taking their flashlights and cameras. They'll be the occasional child that'll be wanting to poke a stick up the burrow of the penguin, because there's no barrier separating the people from the penguins. The dogs will come across as well. The foxes will follow them, and as night follows day, either this particular summer period, with the rush of visitors to Granite Island, and no separation whatsoever between people, their flashlights and LED lights, which actually blind the penguins when they're exposed to them for some time. But there'll be so much disturbance of the penguin traffic, the few that we have nesting on the island, that they'll up and leave or abandon their chicks and just go. So it's really important that we understand from the Department of Environment and Water what is their plan. Because at present there is no plan. Not so many years ago, penguin tours were a major source, perhaps the number one major source of tourist attraction to Victor Harbour, encouraging people to stay overnight. We need to desperately break out of our day visitor reputation and practice down here. And it's important for us to know what exactly is going to be Department of Environment's and Water's plans for conservation of the remaining birds. It's not going to be cheap, and it's not going to be easy. But this issue has been neglected for decades. We're down to 16 birds from what was a couple of thousand birds 20 odd years ago. So to me, that's why we need to write urgently, find out what it is that the Department of Environment plans to do.
Councillor Robertson, your time is nearly up.
Yep.
Councillor Robertson, could you clarify which motions you're actually putting, and that way I can respond or provide some questions. So you've got a mover and a seconder, but I'm not sure which ones you're moving. Your 2 and 3 or the alternative?
No, 2 and 3, CEO.
Are you happy to do both together?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Kemp. Yes.
Through the Deputy Mayor, if I may, just to obviously highlight some of the concerns and questions that Councillor Robertson has raised. The Department of Environment Water has recently undertaken a master plan for the island, and we're about to, and we're doing quite a bit of consultation. They've had some community workshops during that time. We've been waiting on confirmation of a date in which members of the council staff, and also I made recommendations that both Councillor Henderson and Andrew Robertson, being in the committees that they're on, participate in a first review or oversight of that master plan before they release it to the public. And my understanding, we haven't had a date received as yet, but also my understanding is that that master plan and the consultation that was received was very much around maintaining the island in its natural beauty in terms of not building anything great big and shiny on there. It was actually a lot of the feedback that the Department of Environment and Water received was around people love the island for its natural environment, the beauty, and that's what they were looking to retain. So we will be interested to see what that master plan is looking to unveil.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Yes, Councillor Kemp.
Yeah, I support this motion. I understand the CEO's response from a master plan. Governments in their wisdom sometimes can be very slow, sometimes they can miss the mark. I think this is a affirmative action by council to take this to the minister's office, irrespective of the master plan. I think we need to send a very strong message that we, Victor Harbour and the community, want our penguins to maintain and increase in numbers. You look at Phillip Island and Victoria as a great draw card for tourism. We talk about tourism in this town, and here we are, one which we've neglected for years in supporting from various governments. So I think, again, affirmative action by supporting this motion irrespective of the master plan, and we don't know, as the CEO said, when that's going to come out and what's in it and how many more months or years before something's enacted upon it. So I see this as our community through the chamber, taking some action.
Thank you. Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a question to the CEO. Could what you have just described align with what is being asked in the third point?
Sorry, Councillor Mann, I'm not sure what you mean by that.
In terms of point 3 asks that you engage with the government and shareholders and people on the island to develop a strategy and plan that incorporates the viability of the penguins, and you described a plan of a similar nature.
Yes, and I guess it's just the consultation did, again from my very rough notes that I've received from the department, did highlight the penguins were a major issue that was raised during that consultation. So this proposed motion is really just going to bring it to the fore that as a council, the council sees this as really important, and whether that can highlight that in the current strategy or the master plan that they've been doing. So I certainly think it just, as Councillor Kemp stated, it makes a clear statement that the council sees this as a priority. But we are already engaging with those department staffs now.
Any further questions? Points of clarification? Councillor Robertson, you will be closing debate. Would you like to close the debate?
Yep. Sure. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, the two parts to this, these two pieces to this motion. The one is the immediate plans for the conservation, given that in a couple of months' time we're going to have many visitors that are going to Granite Island well into the night. And this is just pure extinction issue, whether you want to see the penguins go or stay. The number 3 recommendation is that for the penguin population to recover, there's going to have to be a longer term strategy and plan developed for the viability of the penguin population on the island. At present, the situation where the people traffic on the island is along a narrow piece of flat land on the northern side of the island, which is in direct path of the penguins returning to their burrows at night. It's an incompatible situation, and they will need considerable investment to deal with that in the longer term. The critical thing is at this point in time that penguins, being birds that come back to the same place to breed, and that they you can't be just sort of go over to Kangaroo Island and grab 50 or 60 of them and bring them back over here. They'll just swim back to Kangaroo Island. So this is the only chance we have is with the less than 10 breeding pairs that we have to keep them alive through this breeding season, which will end in about March, and subsequent years. We just can't lose any of these birds, and we unfortunately are not in charge of the island. So, but we are in charge of the consequences, and we will get the wrath of the local residents if penguins disappear.
Thank you. So I now put that recommendation to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? The motion is carried. It is 9:30 and we need to know if the elected members agree to continue with the remaining of the business. So those who are happy to, oh, sorry, I need a mover and a second for continuing tonight's meeting. The mover is Councillor Robertson. A seconder is Councillor Glasbrook. All those in favour of continuing tonight's meeting? Okay, and those against? The motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, so that's the next. Are there any motions without notice? No motions? Yes, Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Schofield. As foreshadowed earlier in the discussion, I would like to move a motion that Council revisit the Hook, Line and Thinker program. More sturdy disposal containers such as stainless steel.
Okay. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Would you like to speak?
Yes, thank you. In the information in the earlier item where I brought this up, it stated that we had been involved in this program in the past, but it had been discontinued because the containers made of polypipe had been broken into and vandalised, quite often for people to obtain fishing tackle that way without having to buy it. But if we make the containers of stainless steel, similar to the cigarette butt containers, that's less likely to happen. And I see that many other councils have continued successfully with that program. And in terms of our wildlife, both our fish and our bird life, I think it's very important to get this dangerous material out of the environment.
Thank you. Councillor Robertson, did you want to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, 120% support Councillor Henderson on this one, on both, not only Granite Island, all over the old screw pile jetty, but also at the other popular fishing spots like the Bluff jetty, where seaweed and growth has accumulated on the pylons, that those areas are absolutely riddled with fishing tackle, absolutely riddled. And yes, it would be great to get the fishing tackle container business going, but I think further I'd encourage Councillor Henderson to think about also a program whereby we actually do some more serious cleanup of, you know, what are really massive amounts of tackle.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? No further discussion. I put the motion to the floor. All those in favour? That motion is carried. Thank you. Item 21.1, confidential code of conduct, alleged breach. I declare a conflict of interest, a material conflict of interest, as I am noted in this code of conduct. And so pursuant to section 517 of the Local Government Act 1999, I call for a nomination of a chairperson for item 21.1. Could I please have somebody nominate to take over the position of chair? Yes, Councillor Kemp.
I nominate Councillor Hales. He seems to have experience in and been deputy mayor previous at times and chaired meetings of this nature, so I believe he'd be the best person for it.
Do you accept that nomination? Okay, do we have the mover was Councillor Kemp? Yes.
I would also like to offer a nomination in Councillor Kemp's direction.
Okay, we have a second nomination. Councillor Kemp.
I decline the nomination on the grounds of what I said about Councillor Hales being the best person for the job. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any further nominations? If there are no further nominations, do we have a mover? Do we have a seconder for the nomination? Councillor Glasbrook. Are there any comments, any further clarification, point of interest? No? Then I declare that Councillor Hales act as the chairperson of the meeting in the absence of myself for the duration of 21. All those in favour? Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hales.
Okay. We move on to the first recommendation, which is the recommendation that we go into confidence. Would members prefer me read the whole recommendation out? Otherwise, I'll seek a mover for that recommendation. Councillor Henderson moving that way. Thank you. Would Councillor Littley seconding that? Would either of you like to speak to this recommendation? Would anyone like to speak to this recommendation? Councillor Glasbrook.
I'd just like to ask the CEO, is there any reason why this needs to be in confidence? I can't see anything within the report, really. I mean, the report could be held in confidence, but I don't know. The incident happened in a public meeting. It's not really a secret.
I guess, no, you're probably right. It's not a secret, but it is an alleged breach, and I've done a preliminary assessment and I'm putting the report to council. And so while I have advised previously that to actually hold your discussion in confidence is probably recommended, given it's about individuals, and that once council has resolved accordingly that the minute and the report can be released from confidence immediately, you don't have to endorse those. But given it is still an alleged breach, and it's regarding an individual, I would suggest that you do. But again, it's up to the chamber.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Glasbrook? Is there any further debate of this matter? If no, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? And those against? That is a tied vote. And so therefore, I make the casting vote. Is that correct? Yeah. So I'll vote in favour of the motion so that it enables council to have any robust debate required around this item. So carried on the casting vote, the chairperson.